Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John, I think I could cry this morning. I could cry tears of joy, tears of a bittersweet feeling.
Tears of slight disappointment in yourself a little bit as a fan?
No, not really.
Come on now.
I'm not blaming myself. I don't think anybody should.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying is you were denying yourself some of the joy of this run, and now you're really feeling it, and I'm proud of you. You're feeling it now. You're feeling the joy of this experience that Connor and I were trying to drag you into when the series began. Well, we were here from the beginning, and we're glad that you're now enjoying it.
Well, a lot of the joy was Joel Embiid looking like himself in the second half of that basketball game yesterday. Game 4, when he comes back, it was horrible. Yesterday, first half, not so great. The three-point shooting that he was trying to do, possession after possession, spot up threes, pull up threes. He's 0-5 from 3, and you're going, yo, dude, I get it. You just had the surgery, and I'm so proud of you for being out there. And then the second half happens, John, where Joel Embiid looks like vintage Embiid. And he helps lead the Philadelphia 76ers alongside Tyrese Maxi, who also had a great game yesterday. They go into the Boston Garden and win 113-97 to force a Game 6. And one of the great messages from Tyrese Maxi after the game yesterday, he was talking about how horrible Game 5 was or Game 4 was, and how that was embarrassing and we shouldn't do that to our fans. We had a horrible effort Game 4, and it makes you wonder, well, why are we having bad efforts in playoff games? But okay, I've been dealing with everything with the Sixers over the decade, so
absolutely.
What else is new? I'm not surprised by anything. And then they have that game last night where it looked like the team before the appendectomy, right? Where Joel Embiid was playing at a high level. They found ways to make Maxi work. They found ways to make Edgecombe work. Paul George was playing great basketball when he returned from his suspension. And last night we saw it come together again in the second half. And now they force a Game 6. They're down 3-2. They're still playing the Boston Celtics. It's why it's bittersweet. But, man, last night was so much fun to just live in that moment.
Okay, just lose the word bittersweet. It's not bittersweet. There's nothing bittersweet about it. Connor?
That was a fun win.
There's no bittersweet.
What's bittersweet is the continuous what-if conversation that we will always have, right? But, like, this wasn't about he was in bad shape. This wasn't about Mopey and Embiid. He had a freaking appendectomy.
I got you.
By the way, 19 days ago. So for the people that call him soft, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, hopefully
19 days ago.
Those people are dopes.
Yes.
And we said it. Those people are dopes. You can question things about Joel Embiid. If you questioned his toughness before this series, you were a dope because you forgot broken orbital bones and everything like that were out of his control.
Sure.
But this is the kind of thing is that when you go in, I really believe the reason that this has been such a joyous series to watch is because of the fact that I went in thinking all I wanted to do was to be proud of them. And they've exceeded my expectations.
Yeah.
They've won 2 games now. I thoroughly believe they've got a real solid chance to win a third at home on Thursday night. And then who the hell knows what happens on Saturday? And to me, the fact that they've exceeded my expectations, and I hate to say this because it sounds like a loser take, mission accomplished. Because I didn't expect any of this to happen. Now, am I a greedy bastard? Yes. Now I want more. Because I know from what I saw, this team can do it. From what I saw last Friday night, in Game 3 that they lost, this team left money on the table that night. This team can do it. This team could force a Game 7.
Well, especially now that Embiid is back into the mix, right? Game 4 was horrible. It was,
I'm going to change seats, by the way.
Okay,
just do another chair.
Game 4 was horrible when Embiid goes out there and they're trying to do whatever they can to get him involved, and he's having the horrible shot after horrible shot. And it's why they were down so much after the first quarter. And then at halftime, the game was over. Right at halftime, that game was over. Yesterday, in that second half, you see what this team could have been. And you see what this team is currently. Like, I want to say currently because the series is still going on. And let's go. We have a Game 6, and let's see if they can force a Game 7. It's just unbelievable. That's why I said I could cry. I watched the team that we were supposed to get a couple of weeks ago. It's unbelievable what Joel Embiid did again just 19 days after surgery. Hell, it's unbelievable that he played 17 days after his surgery.
It is.
And I know the game was horrible. I know Game 4 sucked. But the fact that he did play 17 days after that surgery, that alone is an incredible accomplishment. And then yesterday he goes out there, plays the way that he does, 33 points, 12 of 23 from the field, 9 of 10 from the free throw line, 8 dimes, 4 boards. Unbelievable.
This is where it solves the mystery, though, for me. Now it comes you got sucked in totally, though, on this series being about Joel Embiid, not being about the Sixers. It was about Joel Embiid for you. It was about the Joel Embiid legacy, the Joel Embiid thing. I was just making it about the Sixers.
Sure.
And what Joel Embiid gave us, I can't believe he's playing to that level.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
No, it was last night was incredible. Like it was an incredible effort by the team. And I'm going to tell you this is that, and no knock, this is not a knock on Maxi. He didn't shoot well. And he still played really well.
He had 10 rebounds, yes.
I mean, he played well, and that's the kind of thing, Andrew, to me, that when Tyrese Maxi taking his game to the next level and to being that next level player is the night when one thing isn't working, something else can be exceptional. Something else can be awesome that helps other people be awesome. And Tyrese Maxi is the definition to me of awesome. He is so good, even nights when he isn't.
Yeah. Well,
when he isn't good.
I want to play a clip from the post-game coverage. And look, we have highlights for you. Connor putting together the montage. Can't wait to celebrate last night. We'll get into the Phillies coming up in a little bit because obviously they made news yesterday.
They made news after us.
They made news yesterday. But we're starting with the Sixers. Your reaction to last night's win in Boston, forcing a Game 6. Yeah, here we go. Game 6. Let's
go. Here we go.
610-632-0975. Tyrese Maxi after the game yesterday. You mentioned it. 3 of 10 from 3. Had a bad day shooting yesterday.
He was not good yesterday.
But he still found a way to make an impact with 10 rebounds. And I absolutely love his answer yesterday after the game when he talked about how he was just getting tired of the team being out-rebounded.
I'm just tired of giving up rebounds. You want to be completely honest with you. I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of giving up rebounds, man. It's not a good feeling. You know, we play really good defense. A lot of these times that we giving up these rebounds. Even today, it was a couple times like, man, it's just like we playing so hard defensively. Like, we got to reward ourselves, man. We got to reward ourselves. And because, you know, we get a defensive rebound, now we can go play in space. You know, guys can get a little more freedom and a little bit more leeway to go out there and maybe shoot some pull-up threes and get downhill and score. And that's my biggest thing. I just want us to reward ourselves for putting a lot of effort on the defensive end. So just go ahead and reward yourself. Get the rebound. Let's go play offense.
That's an answer where you forget that he's 25 years old, only 25 years old, right? Like, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm just tired of us getting out-rebounded. So he goes, you know what? I'm going to use my 6-foot frame or 6'2" frame, and I'm going to be the one that gets the rebounds, damn it.
It was because rebounding is 1-2. Rebounding is effort. Rebounding is, and to me, it's easy for a shooter to get, FaceTiming and everything with the big man last night during the game, and he goes, there's nothing worse than when a shooter isn't feeling it, but when they come and contribute in all other ways, that's when the star player shows.
Absolutely.
They because they care about their teammates.
Yeah.
They care about making everybody better.
Nobody's calling Josh Hart a shooter or a star, but if we remember, going back to that Knicks series, the guy, he was
unbelievable.
He was grabbing 18 rebounds a game, and like 7 of them were on the offensive end. Like it was unbelievable.
It is so good to see that, and again too, and this is to Embiid. This is another Embiid point to his credit. Is I can't stand mopey Embiid.
Right.
I can't stand bad body language Embiid. The Maxi Edgecombe thing has helped his attitude in a huge
Since
way.
game 1 when he wasn't even playing. Remember, Edgecombe has the big night in Boston, and Embiid's the first guy off the bench.
And he feels it. He felt it that night. You see the energy that these two are imparting in him, which shows even a player who's been around can learn and go, man, this is pretty fun.
Yeah.
These guys are pretty fun to play with. I'm learning from them. I'm learning things about them, and they're learning things about me. It's all. Last night was just a beautiful night. That was so much fun. I think at one point I texted, it was like, it's beautiful.
They
beautiful.
held the Celtics to 40 points. Now, look, part of it was the Celtics missed 15 shots at the end of the game. Some of that's defensive.
They've had three nights where they've shot like crap out of 5.
Yeah.
And part of that is the perimeter defense.
Part of that's that. And remember, we talked about it last week. I think it was Friday when you were out. I had like one moment of like, let me be a little bit confident here. What if Tatum's legs just aren't there right now because he's coming? It's amazing. We're talking about how amazing it is that Embiid's playing with the post-appendectomy. It's amazing that Jason Tatum got to the point where he did after his bad injury late last season, playoffs last season. And the fact that
shooting-wise, though, he's not himself.
No.
He's not.
4 of 12 from 3 yesterday.
And again, that's not a shot at Jason Tatum.
No,
Jason
the fact
Tatum,
that he's out there and playing.
By the way, I can't stand him.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like he's one of those players that I appreciate his game big time. Just can't stand him. Just want to see them kick his ass.
Now, there's a guy that I really want to highlight here in the opening segment. You know, we heard Tyrese Maxi, and you'll hear from Joel Embiid, but it's not either of those guys.
Who?
Quinton Grimes deserves like a standing ovation today. And Quinton Grimes is the guy that, you know, it's been a weird relationship with him because you acquire him last year. There's the weird contract dispute. Then he's here. He's not really playing all that great. They give him the green light. They trade Jared McCain, so he'll always have that, like, attached to him. Like, they kept you. They got rid of the young guy that a lot of people like. Grimes did not play well after that trade. Grimes has had some pretty bad moments in this playoffs.
Jared McCain's going to say when he comes back, he's going to go, you kept Grimes for me?
Yeah, just like Jimmy Butler did.
Exactly.
But Quinton Grimes yesterday, after a little bit of a shaky first quarter, locked in, dude. 18 points off the bench, 4 of 7 from 3, played the entire fourth quarter. Kelly Oubre plays the entire third quarter. Quinton Grimes takes his spot to play the entire fourth quarter, except for the last couple of seconds when they emptied the bench. But Quinton Grimes yesterday, not only on the offensive end, but the defensive end. Take a listen to this exchange. Tom McGinnis, obviously, he's the best, right? We love Tom McGinnis. This was one of the biggest moments in the fourth quarter. Quinton Grimes hits a 3 to put the Sixers up 6. So that doesn't mean that the Sixers have run away with it. The game is not over. They needed a big stop. And Quinton Grimes, after hitting the 3, just goes berserk on the defensive end against Jaylen Brown. And Embiid makes it an 8-point game. Timeout, Boston. Here's that entire exchange.
5:50 to go. Grimes knocking it away from Brown into the backcourt. Brown tracks it down. Brown facing pressure. Grimes all over him. 8 seconds. He's got to get it across, and they race it up. He's got 5 seconds on the shot clock. Brown dribbling. Grimes right there. Off-balance shot. Quinton Grimes with the defensive play of the year. Our Morgan and Morgan moment. Grimes gut check. Sixers by 6. Here's Embiid into the lane on Cada. Spins, backing, turning, fading, firing up. Good. The Sixers get the bucket. Joel Embiid down low. Grimes to the 3 in the defense. Everybody comes off the bench to greet him. It's an 8-point game. 5:16 to go. Embiid with 31. Clutch turnaround deuce. Timeout Boston. Sixers by 8.
That's the Tom McGinnis is the best. But that was the biggest swings.
Such
right
a
there.
great call.
Oh yeah, awesome.
I had to put him on in the fourth quarter just to hear how McGinnis was going nuts.
I don't blame you, dude.
And he was going nuts. He was going nuts. It was awesome.
Sixers get the win last night, 113-97, setting up a Game 6 in South Philadelphia tomorrow night, 8 o'clock tip-off. Listen live here on The Fanatic. And as Tyrese Maxi said, after the game as well, he talked about how embarrassing it was for their performance that they had on Sunday, and he would not want to do that in front of the home crowd again. So get ready for it. Get ready for that tomorrow night. Get ready for the Xfinity Mobile Arena to be shaken tonight. Flyers, Penguins, they don't want to have a Game 7 forced. They're up 3-2 in the series, Johnny. Please tell me it ends tonight.
It ends tonight.
Good.
In fact, I'll be bold and beautiful. It ends tonight, and it ends comfortably in the third period.
Okay. I like that. I could go for a comfortable finish for a Flyers game.
I think it ends comfortably.
After the last two,
I feel good. I feel very good this morning. I woke up this morning, put on my orange. I feel good.
Okay.
I feel relaxed. I feel very relaxed. Not an ounce of anxiety about the game. Not an ounce of anxiousness about it. I believe that the Flyers will win tonight. I believe the third period will be comfortable, and the Flyers will cruise to a win at the end of the game and put away the Penguins.
I like that.
That is how I'm seeing it tonight, and it will be a not lopsided, not like 7-1, anything like that, but it's going to be a game that they look really good, and it will be comfortable at the end.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday on the show. We're putting you all to the test. All right, it was a little lackadaisical going into Game 4, going into the potential sweep day. You know, it was a weekend. Maybe that had something to do with it. We need the Flyers memos, the voice memos, Johnny, from the Lunatics again. Unfortunately, we don't have a pair of tickets to give away today, but that doesn't mean you can't still bring your freaking lunacy when it comes to the Flyers. We need to bring that back up because we were going nuts the first 3 games of this series, and the Flyers won the first 3 games of this series. Then I think people thought, like, all right, this is over. I'm going to save my energy for round 2. And the Penguins have bounced back the next 2 games. So today, we're putting you to the test again. Lunatic Flyers calls, Lunatic Flyers voice memos on the Davis Honda text line, 610-632-0975. I think people can do that. Lastly, busy first segment. Phillies fired Rob Thompson yesterday, Johnny.
Yeah, I can't believe it happened.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, it's real shocked. I was shocked that it took so long, but the delay being that they had to find a guy to take his job before letting him go.
Yeah, in case people don't know, they called Alex Cora. Dave Dombrowski admitted that during his press conference yesterday. But Alex Cora is not ready yet.
He's not ready, and we'll talk about it later on today with Buster Olney. It just appears a matter of time till he'll be the Phillies manager. It'll probably be after the lockout, is what I would figure.
Sure.
So he'll take his time, get paid to not work and relax, and not take over this motley crew, and then get a clean slate. But the idea that Rob Thompson, understand that it was maybe a hard sell on Don Mattingly to come in here and take over this team.
Yeah, I mean, he said when he first got here he didn't want to manage. He came here to help out. Well, you're helping out right now by writing the lineup card, which is basically the exact same lineup yesterday. But it's amazing, man. Phillies go out there, first game post-Rob Thompson era, where everybody says it's not totally his fault. But, man, there was some times where we're wondering, all right, where's that fire coming from? They needed to get something lit under their rear ends. That was the biggest thing about the move. Whether it was a Kevin Long, whether it was Rob Thompson, whether it was a demotion of a key player, whatever. They needed to do something to wake this damn team up. Like, hey, your poor play is having actions right now. You're 9-19. You have the worst record in baseball. And they go out there and beat the Giants 7-0. It's amazing how sports work.
Best game of the year.
Phillies win 7-0. Trey Turner has a great day offensively, 4 for 5. Bryce Harper goes 2 for 4 yesterday. Adolis Garcia with the big 2-run double. You had contributions from Alec Boehm and Justin Crawford toward the bottom of the lineup. And how about Jesus Luzardo, man? 7 shutout innings, just 2 hits, 8 strikeouts, no walks, no talks about the tipping pitches yesterday. The stuff was electric. He was spotting his fastball. That's been one of his biggest issues to start the season. If you looked at his the batting average against his fastball, it's because he's throwing it right down the middle of the plate. Yesterday, he was hitting his spots. Kerkering a clean inning. Meza a clean inning. It's amazing how good this team can look when everything comes together. Was it because Rob Thompson got fired? I don't know. But maybe it was their minds being woken up a little bit saying, hey, it's time to start playing baseball, damn it.
And Bryce had a real glowing endorsement afterwards for Rob Thompson, in the move, which was interesting. It was just, I was glad to see a change. I'm glad to see the change, and I'm glad to see how they responded. Now, how they respond over the course of the next few weeks.
Right, it wasn't
really
just
matters.
yesterday.
One game doesn't matter, but we're going to see how they respond. I would imagine it's going to be quite positive, that this is going to be a team that responds quite strong to a new manager because it's just a different direction. It's got to be a breath of fresh air because Rob Thompson is not going on the motivational speakers.
I don't even know if it's breath of fresh air, John. I think it's just like, you guys suck, and look what you did. You got a guy fired.
I don't think they cared. And if you can, we'd have to find the audio clip. But I watched it on TV last night. And it sort of made me cringe of Bryce Harper talking about. Well, what do you think about the manager getting fired?
He also said he spoke with Don Mattingly for a few minutes.
He didn't even know he was that he's been with the team all year.
So I don't know.
I mean, Bryce Harper didn't give it. Like, people are like, he really cares. He didn't give a damn yesterday.
But JT said a lot of great things. Kyle Schwarber said a lot of great things. Orion Kirkering, of course, because
sure.
Topper was the first guy to greet him last year after
after Casti greeted him.
Yes, that's true.
But he had to get it, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, the Phillies, they bounced back yesterday.
Strong.
And something that we pointed out before the firing, it was Monday morning when we knew something was going to happen. The Phillies have a schedule right now where they have winnable games. These 3 against the Giants, they're already 1-0. 4 in Miami against the Marlins. 3 at home against the A's.
Winnable.
3 at home against the Rockies.
Yep.
3 in Boston against the Red Sox. 3 in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. That's from now until May 17th.
You have a chance to dig yourself out of the hole and create an opportunity to come back, salvage the season. Do you do it?
We'll find out.
It
starts now. It started last night on a good note with a win. But it starts now. You have to win this stretch. So coming up next, we'll get Connor's thoughts. Connor did not think anything was going to happen. Something did. Does he realize that it was the right move for the Phillies to make? That something happened. You could pick who you wanted, but that something needed to happen. Also, when a manager gets fired, there's press conferences. Dave Dombrowski spoke when he wanted to. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies make a change at manager. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies fired manager Rob Thompson yesterday amidst a terrible start to the year for the team. It was a major move for a team that needed a jolt. Dave Dombrowski talked about where the blame lies yesterday.
Well, this isn't a blame game. We collectively are not doing well. Just the way things were going are not going well enough. I don't think we're playing up to our capabilities. I think we're a much better club than we played. You make some decisions that are tough at times.
So with Rob Thompson out, Don Mattingly has been named interim manager for the remainder of the season. He started his tenure as Phillies manager with a 7-0 shutout win over the Giants. Jesus Luzardo threw 7 shutout innings. Trey Turner 4 hits in the win. Game 2 of that series is tonight at 6:40. Logan Webb faces Christopher Sanchez. Sixers stayed alive in Boston with a 113-97 win last night. Joel Embiid led all scorers with 33 points in the game. Some great defense late from Quinton Grimes. Tyrese Maxi, a good night. And now Game 6 is tomorrow at 8 p.m. in South Philly. The Sixers look to force a Game 7. The Flyers, they're trying to avoid Game 7. They have another chance to close out the Penguins tonight. A pivotal Game 6 for them is tonight at 7:30 p.m. live here on 97.5 The Fanatic is where you can hear that. We'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8:05, Ricky Pitalico at 8:30, Buster Olney at 9:05. This update is brought to you by Papa John's. They're turning up the heat with your choice of 3 new oven-toasted sandwiches, just $7.99 each or $6.99 with Papa pairings. Order today at papajohns.com on the app or stop by your local Papa John's. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
It is 6:30 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Our man Kieran, who we mentioned from time to time on our YouTube chat.
Great name.
Kieran is from overseas.
Great name.
England.
Yes.
He chimes in and kind of puts what I was feeling into words, into writing about the bittersweet feeling, right? Like, obviously, I'm excited this morning after that win last night. I was excited watching that game. Kieran chimes in, you see games like that yesterday, and you can only pray, what if? And then he says, it makes you want to admit we can't just rip this up yet.
Oh, my gosh, stop.
But that's the pain, right? Like, you're watching the series, you're watching it for enjoyment,
and for the future.
And for the future. And the future is Maxi and Edgecombe. And, you know, we could at some point have the conversation, not today, that what if Paul George plays well enough in this series that maybe his contract is more movable, you know, during this offseason. Who knows about the future of Joel Embiid? We talked about it yesterday morning. If this game goes sideways in such a bad way, just how many moves is this team going to make during the offseason? And a win like last night, like, I get what Kieran's saying because it's what I've been saying for freaking 6-7 years now, right? Like, when it all comes together, this team's dangerous. The problem is they have had not speed bumps. They've had, like, craters. They've had the Grand Canyon sometimes that they had to jump over to be able to accomplish things. And some of it's their own doing, right? Embiid, mopiness, Embiid shying away from moments like the Atlanta Hawks game.
Yes.
The Boston Celtics game.
Game 6 and 7 of the Hawks series, he was terrible.
Yeah, he was horrible. Like, there are things where it's legitimately his fault or other members of the Sixers' fault.
I mean, the Celtics series, it's terrible, game 6 and 7.
But then you get last night and you go, oh, my God, did he really have to have his appendix blow up? Did that really have to happen 3 weeks ago? Because you watched what happened leading up to the surgery. The team was playing so well. The team was playing out of the play-in tournament. There was a chance that they could have been the fourth or the fifth seed or fifth or sixth seed.
Yeah, could have gotten to 4, but 5. Yes, they could have gotten to 5.
And then you're wondering, wow, what could be? Like, I'm watching Cleveland not play all that well against Toronto.
I'm not going to let you do this to me, though. I'm not going to let you do. We're not doing this again.
I know.
We're not doing one more year of it. We can do that for one more year. No, we're not doing this.
I know.
Not doing this.
So you're just trying to enjoy the moment.
Enjoy the freaking moment for what it is. I got one guy saying last night, because during the game, I said, this is exactly what I asked for. This team's making me proud.
Yeah.
They played their ass off during the third quarter. I'm like, they're playing their ass off. Make me proud. And this guy's like, boy, this fan base has gotten so soft. Oh, my gosh, this is what we're celebrating. And I'm like, yeah, dude, it is. If you thought this team was supposed to beat the Celtics, I can't help you. If you actually believe this Sixers team was supposed to beat the Celtics, you don't know basketball.
Yeah, they were.
You don't know basketball.
The Celtics were minus 900 on the series line.
Like, it's okay to be. I'm not. You know, if you want to go into a series and say I'm not going to celebrate them just playing well, that's fine. You want to be that kind of fan, you can. You're entitled to that. If that's not, it doesn't do it to you. To me, when my team is a complete underdog, wild underdog, I'm going to celebrate when they play their backsides off and have a chance to force a game 7.
Yeah.
I can't.
Dude, game 6 tomorrow night.
I'm in.
Let's go.
I'm in.
Let's go. Tomorrow during the show is going to be a damn party.
I'm in.
Especially if the Flyers win tonight. Then tomorrow will definitely be a damn party. And then we react to it Friday. We react to it Friday morning, and hopefully it's setting up a game 7. 610-632-0975. We'll get to the Davis Honda text line at some point this hour. But Connor, you did not believe that the Phillies would make a move. You weren't necessarily feeling that they should make a move. They made a move, and it was the manager. We all thought, if anybody, it would be the hitting coach. Kevin Long's still here.
How?
Well, look at that 7 spot they put up yesterday, Johnny.
Oh, jeez.
Rob Thompson's the guy that gets the hook. He's done as manager of the Phillies. He might still be with the team in some sort of,
down the line
senior role.
Yeah, not right now, but down the line.
Connor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I get it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, that was a mistake. They should have never done it. Rob Thompson is going to show this organization why they're wrong to fire him. Like, no, it was time for a change. Something needed to happen. Now, I put out a tweet yesterday. I'm never going to look at the Rob Thompson time here as a failure. The resume is undeniable. He was a guy who stepped in midseason. Nobody ever expected him to be a major league manager of a team this caliber. And all he did was put this team in the postseason, win divisions, manage this team to a World Series. So I'm not going to look at this as like Rob Thompson failed the Phillies, but they were out of options. I don't know that I would call it the move they should have made, but it was the move they had to make.
Yeah, I mean, they had to make a move, right? Like, that's what I kept on saying. You wanted it to be Topper, Johnny.
Because
Not because of the man.
No, not because of the man. We all know he's a great guy. Yeah. It's the idea is that he had no answers. And when you have no answers, as a CEO, as an executive,
we say about Sirianni all the time.
When you have no answers, then then let somebody else take the job. When you can't sit behind a microphone and say, well, we're going to try this, we're going to do this, or more importantly, I'm going to hold guys publicly accountable for playing like crap. And I'm going to call things out that are logically, the fans can see it. When the Bryce Harper thing is when I came in and I waved the white flag and I said, I'm done with Topper.
Yeah, he knows.
And I believe the organization may have been done that day too. When he wouldn't even say that day, oh, he knows what he did wrong. I don't have to talk to him. That was the weakest, mealy-mouthed answer ever. And to me at that point, I'm like, I'm done. You're not being a leader at that point.
Well, they make the move. Rob Thompson no longer the manager of the Phillies. Dave Dombrowski had to speak to the media. We'll play one clip first before we play one that's making its rounds around social media. Dave Dombrowski was asked, like, is there anybody to blame for this situation? Sure. And I thought this was a very politically correct answer.
Well, this isn't a blame game. That's not that. We collectively are not doing well. This is a whole group. I don't think we're playing very well from an offensive, defensive, pitching performance. I don't think we're playing up to our capabilities. Squad together just has not done very well. You can blame whomever you choose to do, but for us, we don't really do that. Rob, it's like the rest of us. You bear responsibilities. I talk to him every single day, but just the way things were going are not going well enough. I don't think we're playing up to our capabilities. I think we're a much better club than we played. You make some decisions that are tough at times.
And then he was asked after that, then why Rob? And he basically said that we just need a different voice. And I think everybody feels that way, right?
Yeah,
that something had to change. You needed a different voice. And it's also not just like rah-rah speeches. It's, hey.
It's accountability too.
Right. And it's the players that are going, oh, damn, this guy got fired because of our poor play.
When you can't hold your employees accountable, when you can't call them out, at that point you're useless. You're not getting the job done. You're just letting things go, and that to me is out. I'm out. And so Rob, I wish him the best, and he's going to be fine. He got 4 years of Major League managing money that he never thought he'd get.
He'll be fine.
He's perfectly fine.
Yeah, don't cry tears for Rob Thompson.
He never thought he'd be a Major League manager. He said that many times.
He was going to retire. Remember,
it's beautiful.
The year Girardi gets fired,
22 was going to be his retirement. He had already announced it.
He literally the spring training, the last game of the season, they let him do the lineup and everything, like so that he could get that feel.
It was his last spring training game,
and it changed everything.
And he got 4 extra years out of it, and he'll be a senior advisor or something. And he's awesome. He's an awesome man, and people love him.
Absolutely.
But no, he was ineffective. He was ineffective leading at this point because players weren't responding at all.
Well, so Dave Dombrowski, the press conference continued, and I'll say, for a guy that should be so respected in baseball, I know he's respected in baseball.
He is.
To me, this is a very pompous weasel kind of response.
Condescending.
Smarmy. Tim Kelly, who we love. We have him on frequently on the show, covers the Phillies for On Patterson.
He is a rising star locally.
I absolutely agree. And you'll hear his question, and you'll hear Dave Dombrowski's answer. Here's Tim Kelly asking Dave Dombrowski to basically send a message to the fan base, I guess.
Dave, given some of the shortcomings, whether it's in roster construction or production, why do you think Phillies fans should still believe that you're the right person to lead the front office?
You can answer that question. I'm not going to get into that.
And what you don't know from listening to it is if you didn't watch the video, he had this smug smile on his face.
Oh,
when he
no.
said it was very, look at my resume.
Yes.
And very respected resume. I say it all the time.
Yes, we talk about that.
He's going to Cooperstown.
I'm tired. I'm actually tired of hearing that.
Yeah. Like, we know it.
You know what? There are a lot of musical performers. I was thinking of this last night. There are a lot of musical performers that are going to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or something.
Yeah.
That put out crap albums at the end of their careers.
Yeah, to keep relevant.
That just keep making money and do stuff and everything like that. I don't want to hear, yet you are. We know you're a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
We know you're a legend in your business. But if you're putting out crap at that point, that can also be called out in the present.
And by the way, there are not everybody, I don't know what the percentage was, but going into the season, a lot of Phillies fans question the approach that Dave Dombrowski had this offseason. One thing for me to yell and scream about it, for you to yell and scream about it. There were a lot of Phillies fans. Social media really questioned a lot of the decisions. You know, there was debates about who to bring back, who not to bring back. But the moves that took place, the weird situation with Bo Bichette, like a lot of people were wondering, all right, what's Dave Dombrowski doing for this team, the 2026 Phillies? And it's been this bad of a start that you had to fire your manager. And I have to hear Bob Nightingale 2 days ago on Middays with Mark saying he's the safest guy in that building. And that concerns me. And for him to have that response, when all he had to say was something to the extent of, look, I'm just as disappointed as everybody else.
That would have been a great that would have been a great answer for somebody who's socially aware. And Tim Kelly, you are a freaking hero.
Hell yeah, man.
And as somebody who teaches students how to do their job, that is a great job.
And it wasn't an unfair question.
It's a straightforward question, offered without opinion. It is, talk to us. And Dave Dombrowski handled that poorly. Hopefully Dave Dombrowski would say to take Tim aside and be like, I should have answered that better.
Yeah,
because he handled that poorly. Hopefully the PR staff understands he handled that poorly.
Yep. Not Tim.
No,
Dombrowski.
Tim did. No, Dave Dombrowski did.
All right, coming up next, we'll check the text line. But also, we're going to relive last night's victory. The Sixers continue the series. Game 6 tomorrow night, but it started with a win last night in Boston. Hear the montage next here on The Fanatic.
All right, I'm going to tell you, with your business for 4 decades, you can be questioned. And Dan White & Associates takes your questions, and then they give you answers, because Dan White & Associates specializes in retirement and financial planning. And a lot of you have said, yeah, I wonder how my retirement's going to be. And you ask questions about it, and you wonder about it. Well, they're going to stress test your retirement plan for you, because Dan White & Associates helps you create income in retirement that's going to support the lifestyle that you want to live. Let me think what I want to do. I want to lay by a pool. I want to play a lot of golf, and I want to travel. How about that? Well, Dan White & Associates can help make sure that happens. They host educational seminars throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland that can help get you that peace of mind. And you can have your own complimentary no-risk consultation where you can have a private consultation where you can ask private questions about your money with their amazing team. They're going to help you find certainty in your financial future, even if it's just finding out, hey, can we help set budgeting restrictions? Can we figure out how we're going to buy that next house, pay for that college education? Let Dan White & Associates help your family get across whatever financial finish line you're looking to get to. That's danwhiteandassociates.com on the web.
Got something. of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, 6:47 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get to the Davis Honda text line here in a moment. I need your voice memos, Flyers. We need the fired up Flyers fans' voice memos because, Johnny, the energy going into games 1, 2, and 3, we felt it on the air here. The Flyers won games 1, 2, and 3. Energy wasn't necessarily there, and I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the city, games 4 and 5. It wasn't there as much.
Game 4 was almost an arrogance. And I was in the building and sitting among the fans, and just it was a little bit of arrogance. That's how it felt. Game 5 was anxiousness. And I feel that anxiousness today from people, just that there seems like a lot of people holding their breath. I am not. I feel very comfortable about tonight's game. I don't have the butterflies. I'm sure I will by like 6 o'clock.
Yeah, because you'll know the importance of this game. They lose this game, it's game 7 in Pittsburgh.
And that will be,
and you don't want that.
And that will be anxiety of the highest level.
Yeah, so end it tonight.
Yes.
We need the voice memo, 610-632-0975. We'll check the poll of the day here momentarily as well. But first, Connor Thomas put it together. The Sixers beat the Celtics in Boston last night.
Wow.
Forcing a game 6. We get to see another game. Who knows how many more we get to see, but we know that we get another game tomorrow night, 8 o'clock on South Philly. South Philly, Xfinity Mobile Arena. Here's how it sounded last night on the Fanatic.
And the Sixers with the ball up by 3. 9:35 in the first. Right side, George. Catch, shot, 3. Good. Paul George with another 3. And the Sixers with an early 6-point lead. Here's Pritchard to the right side. Pritchard to Vooch. Sixers rotating down the lane. Nick Vucevic, left-hand jam. Sixers over-rotate, and Vucevic finds an angle right down the lane. Left-hand stuff. 30 seconds in the first. Boston by 4. Second chance for the Sixers. 2 minutes into the second quarter. Boston leads by 5, 28-23, and B with it on the right side again with Garza. Jab step, fade away, shot from 19, around and good. It deadened and then went in. So Embiid with back-to-back field goals, 3-point game. Tatum turns it over to Grimes. He's got to step on everybody. Down the lane with left to right. Layup is good. Grimes to the first. Good feed by Paul George. Paul George to Joel to the left of the lane. Faces up, right-hand dribble, powers, rip through move, missed it, gets it back, 2 guys are there, and then he banked it in down low right. Embiid, and Vucevic is a big man. Joel towers over Vooch, and he puts it in. Sixers trail by 6, Embiid now 19. Maxi against Jordan Walsh, dribbles with the left hand, Embiid with the screen. Maxi stops, fires, 3-pointer, good. Tyrese Maxi off the Embiid pick, and the Sixers cut it to 1. Maxi, he goes to Joel, pass behind him, 8 to shoot. Embiid with a pull-up on Cada from 15 and in. Embiid now with 29, a pull-up 16-footer straight away. Philadelphia by 3, 5:50 to go. Grimes knocking it away from Brown into the backcourt. Brown tracks it down. Brown facing pressure. Grimes all over him. 8 seconds. He's got to get it across, and they race it up. He's got 5 seconds on the shot clock. Brown dribbling. Grimes right there, off-balance shot. Quinton Grimes with the defensive play of the year. Our Morgan and Morgan moment. Grimes, gut check. Sixers by 6. Here's Embiid. Into the lane on Cada. Spins, backing, turning, fading, firing up. Good. The Sixers get the bucket. Joel Embiid down low. Grimes to the 3 in the defense. Everybody comes off the bench to greet him. It's an 8-point game. 5:16 to go. Embiid with 31. Clutch turnaround deuce. Timeout Boston. Sixers by 8. Maxi with 2.5 to go. 9 to shoot. Top to BJ. 3-pointer by Edgecombe. It's up and good. BJ struggled from beyond, but not that time. He buried it. And the Sixers 109. Boston 94. They've come in here to TD Garden, and they're going to win their 2nd straight game. So the duck boat has fluttered a little bit as the Celtics headed to the coronation, and it's coughing there in the Charles River. Sixers are going to come in and beat Boston for the 2nd straight time.
He's the best. Tom McGinnis is the absolute best. We're very lucky to have him here on the Fanatic. We're lucky to have Tim Saunders, who you'll hear tonight. 7:30 puck drop here on the Fanatic.
What a great job. What a great job. That was awesome.
He's the best.
That was awesome. And I understand our cohorts on our sister station in Boston were quite insufferable. They were almost as bad as Bill and them were with the with the broom when it was 3 games
what
to
they
none.
thought it was over.
Yeah, they all thought it was over yesterday, and
Can't blame them.
they were being pretty insufferable yesterday up in Boston. I hope they're having a great morning this morning. Hope they're really enjoying themselves, and I hope that they really have another great morning like Saturday when they wake up.
Oh, yeah.
No, like Friday.
Friday
morning
morning,
when
man.
they wake up.
I need Friday to be a party, dude.
I want Friday to like, really, like we could preview, hopefully be able to preview a Flyers series and then preview Game 7.
Dude.
Sixers Celtics. That'd be awesome.
Don't
You kidding me?
Don't tell me with a good time. Right
Let's get through tonight first. Let's
All right,
let's
that'd be
focus.
awesome.
I'm trying to, I'm trying not to smoke too many heaters like Ray. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to get through this calmly. All right, Ray. Connor? What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington.
Did you just call me another producer's name?
I did.
Trouble at home? All right. So this texter, Matt in Destin, Florida, leads off and says, they had me in the first half. Looked like Maxi had to dribble around Embiid. He was kind of just in the way. But in the second half, that's it. The team has figured it out, and he wants us to play the song.
I got a lot of that on social media yesterday, man. People are fired up. Look, it's beautiful. And the second half of that basketball game yesterday reminded everybody of what this team looked like 22 days ago. Right? Today is 20 days since he had the surgery. 22 days ago, they were playing at a level where you're going, oh, my God, they could get out of the play-in. They could be the 5th seed. They could be the 6th seed. They could be out of the play-in, not have to play Boston, not have to play the Celtics in the first round. And then the appendectomy happened. But in the second half of that game yesterday, Joel Embiid, 7 of 10 from the field, 4 of 4 from the free throw line.
And he started out bad to start the second half,
He
too.
did, but finishes
And
with
then turned
18
it on.
points in that second half. And the big thing, Tyrese Maxi, 6 rebounds in the second half. He had 10 total in the game. Our man Dawood on the YouTube chat saying Quinton Grimes scoring for once and and grabbing defensive rebounds was the difference. It really was. Quinton Grimes was ridiculous yesterday. He was fantastic in the second half, scored 12 of his 18 points. You heard it in the montage, the great defensive effort against Jaylen Brown of all people. And then Maxi being like, you know what? I'm tired of getting out-rebounded. I'm going to freaking do it myself.
I love that.
That's leadership, man.
And I love the answer. Maxi is completely – this is where the Phillies could take lessons. Bryce Harper could listen to this. The Phillies clubhouse, like there's many players that could listen to this. Tyrese Maxi is the first one to tell you when he sucks. When part of his game isn't good that night, he's the first one to tell you. And then he tells you what he's trying to get better at. It's amazing what a young man can do who's a first-team All-Star who can tell you, yeah, this wasn't good, but I'm trying to do better here. I tell you, he tells you when things aren't good. He knows you're intelligent enough to see it for yourself. He's awesome, man.
Remember when Bryce earlier this year was like,
Yeah.
Brandon Marsh, bad baseball. But
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. His answer on Thompson yesterday made me want to vomit.
All right, coming up next, we'll check more text messages because there's so much to discuss. Sixers force a Game 6. Flyers Game 6 tonight. Phillies fire Rob Thompson. They get a win last night. They finally look like a good club with their 7-0 win over the Giants.
Good club.
You can text in 610-632-0975. But coming up next, you're going to hear 2 fantastic answers in press conferences from 2 different people. 2 people that have been polarizing in this city for a couple of years and a decade. One's Joel Embiid post-game. The other is a man who just got fired. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills fire Rob Thompson. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies decided to move on from manager Rob Thompson yesterday amidst a rough start to the year for the team. It was a major move for a squad that needed a jolt, and Dave Dombrowski had a chance to meet with the media yesterday and talk about the decision being made.
First of all, Rob Thompson, he's a wonderful person. He's done so much for this organization. I thanked him for it. But I think at this time I felt that we needed a new voice in there, a little different feeling in the clubhouse at this point.
Now, the new voice was originally an opportunity offered to Alex Cora, who was fired by the Red Sox over the weekend. But Don Mattingly has been named interim manager for the remainder of the year for the Phils. He started his tenure as a Phillies manager with a 7-0 win over the Giants. Luzardo, 7 shutout innings on the mound. Trey Turner, 4 hits in the win. Game 2 is at 6:40 this evening. Logan Webb faces Christopher Sanchez. Sixers stayed alive in Boston. 113-97 win to force a Game 6. Joel Embiid led all scorers with 33. Game 6 is tomorrow at 8 p.m. in South Philadelphia. And the Flyers have their Game 6 tonight. A 7:30 puck drop. You can hear it live here on the Fanatic. That you have another chance to close out the Penguins in their Game 6. So a big one for them. We'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8:05. Ricky Batalico at 8:30. Buster Olney at 9:05. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Waking up drains. Mattress Firm Sleep X experts will help you find the right bed for deeper rest at the Memorial Day sale. Mattress Firm, they make sleep easy. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 7 a.m. here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, on a day of celebration because I thought the Sixers would lose in 4. So I have already gotten 2 more games out of this series that I expected. You thought in 5. You're getting an extra game as expected. Connor,
Yes.
I don't remember what your official prediction was. But
Sixers and 7.
Sixers and 7. We all
I don't remember that one, Connor.
but I don't remember either. So that means he's telling the truth because Connor would never lie to us.
Connor is charming.
So a lot of us are getting more Sixers basketball than we initially expected. And that,
That's
again,
what we want.
back in January when we were talking about the postseason approaching, could the Flyers get in? We weren't expecting the Sixers to fall to a play-in because we weren't expecting an appendectomy to happen. But all we were talking about since January was the every other night thing, and we have that right now.
Well, you were begging for that.
I was begging for it because I missed it. It had been 6 years, but really 8 because I don't really count the bubble.
And that's why when you got it, I was disappointed that you weren't more
I know.
jazzed. That you weren't more jazzed for it.
The
'Cause I'll tell you-
appendectomy broke me, man.
Well, we're glad to have you on board now. Connor, right? We're glad to have him.
Welcome.
He got here late. Got here late to the party, but we're glad to have you.
I'm going in, fired up every game, and enjoying it as much as I
That's
can.
it. That's it. Now, though, you have to be. It's
Dude, now
bounce off.
tomorrow is Butterflies Day.
Tomorrow's wild.
You know what I mean? Like tomorrow, if the Flyers get the job done tonight, which you're expecting, and I expect it with you.
Tomorrow's House Money Day, though, for you.
We go in like, all right, let's go, dude. Like
It's House Money Day, though.
the Xfinity Mobile Arena is going to be insane tomorrow.
Oh,
the
it's gonna be
Sixers do
crazy.
such a good job. Matt Cord gets another game now, which that makes me happy because I was sad that Matt Cord's potential last game was a 32-point beat down by the Celtics.
And with Matt on a fixed income, we want to make sure that Matt, has a little money.
He needs these.
The other
games,
day he
man.
was eating cat food at lunch.
Yeah,
I came
we
in
felt
and
really bad about
He was
that.
eating a Friskies. And I was like, seriously, you have to eat cat food? That's terrible.
Yeah, Matt Cord, big struggle bus over there.
He is. It's
So
terrible.
he's got another chance at it. Everybody gets another chance at it. Every Sixers fan gets another chance at it, which is great. So we want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. What do we have as the poll of the day, Connor? Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. They keep the poll strong every single morning. They also want you to win $1,000 coming up at 8 o'clock, your next chance to win. It's stood up by Iron Mountain Men's Health. What do we got this morning, Connor?
Our poll of the day has to deal with that every other night playoff type of atmosphere we have. What's more likely to happen for the Flyers and Sixers? Couple options here. Flyers and Sixers both advance. Neither advance. Just the Flyers move on, and just the Sixers move on. 77% of responders are saying just the Flyers advance.
Because that's the most likely scenario.
19% are saying neither. 4% are saying both, and 0%, not a single vote, for just the Sixers advancing.
See, the most fascinating answer to me, and Rodman and I were talking about this as far as setting this thing up, to me, the most interesting answer would be the second answer.
The neither.
No, is that to me the second answer? That to me was the one that was the most interesting.
The neither
What was
advanced.
going to come in second?
Oh, okay.
Is in this poll. What were people going to say second? Because first, the most likely is Flyers because they're set up. They have two chances to advance. Sixers got to go 2-0. Flyers got to just go 1-1. To me, it's very interesting because that tells you a lot. People are still very, very.
Well, yesterday's poll, there was a lot of people that were like straight up worried that the Flyers are going to choke away the series. And again, it's not likely that the Sixers come all the way back and win. The one scenario that's getting 0 votes, it should get 0 votes because you're talking about the Flyers. In this scenario, the Flyers blow a 3-0 series lead to lose in 7, and the Sixers storm back being down 3-1.
Correct.
To win in 7, right? Like,
correct.
So I don't believe
should,
that happens at all.
That should not be the scenario we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that nobody's voted that one.
That should be the scenario. But the second answer to me was the most fascinating.
Yeah.
What were people going to say as the second choice? Because it is interesting as to where people would lean on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great poll. Thanks, Dr.
It's a good
Avidan
poll.
Appel. Strong polls every
Good
single
poll.
morning on this show. All right, what do we have on the Davis Holiday text line? And then we're going to play 2 clips from 2 different press conferences. One from an employed man, one from somebody that was recently fired, even though he's going to get all that money. What do we have on the text line?
So Steve from Pennsylvania, I made sure, checks in and says, pump the brakes. Sixers did not win that game last night. Celtics missed their last 16 shots from the field. The Celtics lost that game.
Stop.
That won't happen again.
Look,
Stop.
Some of it, sure. Some of it was also
What about the defense?
Right, exactly.
Did you watch the game?
Some of it was defense was the reason
The
why.
Sixers and Quinton Grimes. Are you kidding me? Like that he was outstanding.
He was all over the place, man.
He was outstanding. I mean, come on. You didn't watch. You read a box score then because you did not watch. The Sixers defense was as big them winning that game as their offense.
Absolutely.
Come on.
And like that's just
Take that elsewhere.
that attitude today
Take it elsewhere.
It's a horrible attitude.
You didn't know. That means you didn't watch.
That could be
You didn't
true,
watch.
too. Yeah, it's a horrible attitude. All right. After the Sixers win yesterday, Joel Embiid was at the podium. We already played the clip from Tyrese Maxi, which was a great clip about how he was just tired of getting out rebounded. So he said, damn it, I'm going to be the guy that gets the rebounds, even though I'm only 6'2". Joel Embiid takes to the podium yesterday, and you know how I feel about the big man. I love him, right? Like,
Yeah, you're obsessed.
I almost named my son Embiid Salciunas. Like
You're obsessed with Joel.
It was close. Christy didn't really go for it.
It's all that cosplaying. It's all the cosplaying.
Yeah,
I
look,
put it to that.
I love the man. I was at the first game when he blocks Russell Westbrook. Like ride and die with Joel Embiid. As I've said numerous times, I'm going down with the ship. Right.
You are.
And so he goes out there, and in the second half, he's vintage Joel Embiid. There's 7 of 10 from the field. He's dropping dimes. He's grabbing boards. He's doing everything.
He was outstanding.
Going, geez, like appendectomy, really? Like not like
Not a-
MCL
right,
or
exactly.
or any of the other injuries that have plagued him over the years. Hell, not even a third orbital bone fracture.
Maybe don't list any of these right
Yeah,
now.
please stop saying stuff.
All right, we get it.
He is. Joel Embiid is the reason they created WebMD.
Right? It's unbelievable.
Could you just stop?
Dude, I'm serious. I joke around about it, but I'm serious. I've learned more about the human body from the Philadelphia 76ers and their injury reports than I did in school. One I don't really pay attention to is school. The other I do, injury reports in the Sixers. So here's Joel Embiid after the game yesterday with just one of those open your heart answers about everything that has gone on and him still playing the game of basketball.
One thing about me is, I've dealt with a lot of stuff over my career. I don't complain. I just want to give as much as I can. Every single time I step on the floor, I know a lot of people might have takes of, that I might be lazy or whatever, but, every single time I'm on the floor, I want to play as hard as possible. I want to do whatever it takes to win a basketball game, whether it's on offense, on defense. I just want to play basketball, whether I'm, good physical, mentally shape or whatever. I just want to enjoy these moments, just being part of a basketball team, that's trying to accomplish something, and that's to win every single game.
And it's just you feel for him, right? Like I do.
You have to.
Like I feel for the guy, and I know there are moments where he brought it upon himself, and I will never run from that.
That's
right?
why I do not feel for him. That's why I do not. Because some of it has been just as much self-inflicted as it's been otherwise. So I don't. It's like just go about your business, and I'm proud of you for doing it. I'll give you the praise that you do it, but I'm not going to sit here and be like that because then it requires me to forget all the what ifs because of your own malpractice.
Yeah.
So I'm no.
But you would agree that the most recent stretch.
Well, no, but I'm not going to forget the whole
appendectomy. Jonathan Kuminga falls on his leg.
I'm not going to forget the whole. I'm not going to forget the whole body of lack of work. I'm not going to forget that. I'm going to remember the whole thing. I told you, it's like Betty would tell me, if you live long enough, you're going to go to funerals and you're going to sit at the funeral. My mom would go, I have to pick up the little brochure and look at it and go. She'd hear the eulogy and go, wait a minute, whose funeral am I at?
Right.
Because I hear a story about somebody that I don't recognize. You're supposed to be, the eulogy better be. And she warned us. She goes, you better, if you're going to eulogize me, tell the story who I really was. The good, the bad, tell who I really was so people know who you're talking about. It's a whole story with him. And that's why, praise him for what he's praiseworthy about. And that's what I'm doing. And boy, he's been great. This is great.
It's been fantastic.
And what a comeback. What a comeback right now. And hopefully it continues.
Yeah.
But I can't do I can't look at him in any way as a victim. No, I can't. I can't muster it.
Well,
because that's what it is.
Not at all.
No, I can't because so much of his career, because then I'm going to look at the rest where I go.
There's a lot of.
No, he's had bad luck. He's had a lot of bad luck.
Yeah.
You know what? A lot of people have bad luck in life with that. A lot of people have bad luck in life with health. And it's like you got to just.
Yeah, but I can't ignore it just because he also did things on his own. And I always point out the things that he's done on his own. But like.
I never hear the people that do that talk about all the things that he didn't do enough. That's always glossed over compared to the things, to me. It's always glossed over in the Embiid worship. Is the what if, what did you cheat us out of by your own lack of action, your own lack of professionalism that is lost. That's why I just celebrate when he's doing great, celebrate what he's doing great, and keep it to that, right. And keep it going.
I'll feel for him.
He's good. You can feel for him
Honor,
if you want.
feel for him.
You guys can feel for him.
And look, you're not alone. I know there's a lot of people that don't feel for him.
I mean, it's like
there's people that literally call him soft. And
but soft is stupid. No, soft is stupid. But the idea that, like, he's, there's there's too many self-inflicted wounds for me to really just line up on that one.
Yeah.
A lot of, and
your opinion?
And I think it cheated this fan base and this city. And I can never it's time you can't come back. It's time you can't get back. It's time you can't get back. An opportunity you can't get back.
I hear you.
Unfortunately.
Look, I bring it up all the time. There's a lot of things that he did upon himself, but man, I feel for the guy. I will always feel for the guy, and it's unbelievable.
And look, we're on the same page. I'll always praise the guy for what he does great, and champion what he does great, because that's being fair. But I got to just tell the whole story.
All right.
The whole story has to be told.
All right. The whole story, which means you can't say
And that's
that.
what I said. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm praising him. I'm praising him for what he does. That is the whole story. Praise him for what he does great, but the whole story has to be told.
Sure.
I leave the what if of going, imagine if he had been a professional. And by the way, VJ Edgecombe shows you, Tyrese Maxi shows you, Porter Martone shows you. You can come in at 19, 20 years old, and you can be a professional.
Yeah. Or you could be Zaire Smith and you get a peanut allergy and your body crumbles.
No, you can show.
The Sixers have had a lot of bad luck.
Yeah, but you could show up and you could be a professional.
Markelle Fultz can all of a sudden forget how to shoot a basketball.
No, he can be a professional. He could have been just like Edgecombe. Could have been like Maxi. Could have been like
the fact that he's out there. I think is
do
professional
too.
within
And that's what I say.
Itself.
Now he is. I look at that though as the whole story.
So that was Embiid after the game. Well, Rob Thompson spoke yesterday, and if you want to give anybody credit, a guy that gets fired that still says, you know what, I want to give the respect to the reporters that have been covering me the last 4 years, and I want to talk to people. And I think that's admirable because you don't see that. It's usually who gets the first interview, which network gets the first interview, which radio show gets the first interview. The Phillies put out an email to the PR, to all the media people. Hey, Rob Thompson will be available via Zoom. And when I saw that email, I was like, wow. I don't remember seeing this all that often. I remember Charlie was at the podium with Ruben Amaro Jr. when they moved on from Charlie. A lot of that was because of the success that he had. So good on Rob Thompson for taking his own time. And he wanted to give a message to the Phillies fans. And it's interesting because if you heard this 3 days ago, you'd hate it, right? Like you would hate this because he was still the manager of the Phillies. And they had just lost their 11th out of 12 games. And if you heard this, you'd go, dude, shut the hell up. Like, I'm tired of hearing this. But then it's admirable because he gets fired, and he takes the Zoom, and he could have gone, screw you. Dave Dombrowski gave me a horrible roster.
He didn't have to do the Zoom.
No, he didn't have to.
This is very unlikely that a manager does this. It shows you the class act that he is.
Here's a topper with a message to the fans.
My message to the fans is this, and now I can say a few things. It's early. We went through a very difficult stretch playing two of the best teams in baseball that were really hot, and we weren't playing well. And that's my responsibility when we're not playing well. So my message to the fans is this. I still think, and I hope, because I love these guys, that this team's going to turn this thing around. And they're going to get hot. I have a bunch of different reasons why, but one is the fact that there's a lot of talent in there. And if you look at the back of the baseball cards with these guys, usually they reach those numbers by the end of the year. So I think that they are going to turn around.
I mean, that's admirable because he could have went scorched earth, which you knew he wouldn't. Like,
no,
he knew he wasn't going to.
But again, with the it's early stuff, his answers remain the same. His answers remain exactly the same.
Well, he clearly believes it if he's not even the manager of the team anymore.
No, and I think that's the reason that you just that's why you needed a new voice.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why you need a new voice, because he's going to keep saying the same things over and over again and get the same results.
Here's the thing. I never thought Rob Thompson's message was wrong. A lot of people treated it like he was incorrect. I don't believe that's the case. I just don't think that it was the right message for where this team is at right now. It's not that he has this major deficiency to read anything. It's that he's so stable that when you're in a high-pressure environment like this with so much on the line and they're struggling early, that doesn't play anymore. So he's going to stick to that because I believe he firmly 100% believes what he says when he's behind a microphone. It just wasn't playing with what the team needed.
Right. They needed a change. And again, it didn't have to be Rob Thompson. It could have been Kevin Long. It could have been anybody. They needed something to be like, hey, you guys stink right now. And as we've talked about numerous times, Rob Thompson's messaging wasn't all that great, right? Doing the whole, it's early, it's fine. Sure, 3 weeks ago, but like you lost 11 out of 12 games.
And I think you're right, Connor. I think he does believe what he says, but there's a lot of people who are like bad executives are not great at their jobs, who their philosophies are not good. And they believe what they say. They believe their plan is good. They believe their thought process is good, and it's not. It's not a solid thought process.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a bad philosophy. I really don't. I just don't think it's like the Dombrowski Good Club thing. He's not wrong. But it's not the time to say it.
Right.
And it's not what this team needs right now.
You can't lose the playoff series to the Dodgers and come out
You can't
and
say
say
that.
we're
can't.
one pitch away, one hit away. If it was Game 7 of the NLCS, fine. Like if Dave Dombrowski said that Game 7 NLCS, Kirkering has the throw, you're right. He said it after they won one game in a playoff
He
series.
made it sound like the Dodgers were, whew.
Yeah. Like,
And guess what, Dave? Every time somebody beats you in a playoff series, they say nice things about you. This is just really like, because it seems like Dave, who is a baseball Hall of Famer, maybe doesn't understand that when a team beats you in the playoffs, they say nice things about you.
yeah, Dave Roberts was scared of
They
him.
say really nice things about you because they're not going to go, man, the Phillies just gave that series away. They're a bunch of idiots.
Which they did. And
They're
a lot
gonna
of that
say- and
a
they
lot
did.
of that was managerial
They
too.
gave, the manager had a horrible series.
He had a really bad series.
Had a horrible series. Horrible.
Bad.
And I didn't want him to have another chance at it.
Now, this one is interesting. One of my favorite clips from yesterday has nothing to do with it has to do, but it wasn't Rob Thompson speaking. It wasn't Dave Dombrowski speaking. Dave Dombrowski just made me sick to my stomach again. What else is new? Don Mattingly, Donnie Baseball, who a lot of people wanted to take over on opening day. Oh, Donnie Baseball. He's got to be a great manager. He's Donnie Baseball. You could look at his track record. Not all that great, but
No.
new voice. That's what a lot of people wanted. So I knew nothing was going to really change with the lineup. But I was just wondering, John, I was refreshing Twitter constantly yesterday because I was like, all right, what's the Phillies lineup going to be? Is there any sort of tweak? Like, do we just see one guy move up 2 spots, one guy move down, whatever? The lineup comes out. It's Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia, Marshall, Bohm, Crawford, Marchand. It's the exact same lineup. And I'm like, all right, so they're not doing anything. The only thing that they're changing is who's putting the lineup out there. Here's Don Mattingly when he was asked what he will do differently.
I don't know if I'm a whole lot different than Rob, honestly. I trust players. I believe in players. I like players. But I want us to play better baseball. And honestly, over the last 4 games, I'd say I felt like you could feel the tone in the dugout. The fight in the at-bats was going where it needed to go. I'm not sure that it doesn't go just the way it was going and we all of a sudden catch fire. So we're capable. The one thing I think that even though we haven't played, we're 10 games under, the fact that we have the number of games that we have left is a matter about getting us on track. What's happened in the past to this point, we're not getting back, right? Those games, we're not getting them back. We're not getting losses back. We're not getting mistakes back. Anything that's happened, we're not getting it back. Our season basically starts, we have to move forward. In this game, I've said it so many times over the years as a player, you got to turn the page. Even if it's going good, you got to turn the page. You can't just assume it's going to go good. You have to make it go good.
It's very similar, just different cadence, different tone, and maybe that's all the Phillies needed.
But,
We'll
I mean, he gives there's a different perspective from Don Mattingly.
Yeah, he's wearing the cleats. Shout out Nick Castellanos. Maybe he'll come back.
Well, he's more than worn the cleats. I mean, he's a, like for my age group, he's a guy who that name holds so much clout.
Donnie Baseball. I know.
Yeah, of course he does.
So much clout.
As it should. Like, I get it. But, like,
And for players, if you don't think that matters,
I'm sure it does. I just
big
found it
time.
funny that, like, the lineup was the exact same. It's like, it's not like they're not going to do much different because they have a good club.
And they don't have anything much different to do.
No, they really can't.
Like,
it's
they don't
just,
have a lot of
play better baseball.
Yeah.
Right.
And hold people accountable. Like, if there's a mistake,
right.
talk to the guy and don't say he knew the mistake.
Oh, he knows why he did what he did wrong. Don Mattingly, I don't think is going to take from his history. He's not going to take that tack.
All right, coming up next, you just heard Embiid, you just heard Topper. 2 guys where you get opinions from all over the place. I'm not talking about, like, literally where somebody is living. I'm talking about you get this guy's the best, you get this guy's the worst. We're all over the place with those 2 guys. What are some of the biggest misconceptions in Philadelphia sports right now? If you want to start sending some answers now, go for it. We'll discuss it next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers stay alive. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers extended their series with the Celtics last night. A 113-97 win up there at TD Garden. Joel Embiid led all scorers with 33. It was a big win for them. Here's how it's down here on the Fanatic.
Brown dribbling, Grimes right there, off-balance shot. Quinton Grimes with the defensive play of the year. Here's Embiid firing up good. The Sixers get the bucket. It's an 8-point game.
It was an admirable performance by the Sixers last night, and now they have a chance for a home game 6, 8 p.m. tomorrow night in South Philadelphia as they try to extend the series further. The Phillies, well, they did not extend Rob Thompson's time any further. They fired him yesterday amidst the terrible start to the year. It was a major move for a team that needed a jolt, and they got that jolt, at least for last night. Don Mattingly has been named interim manager for the remainder of the season, and he started off that tenure 1-0 with a 7-0 win over the Giants. Jesus Luzardo threw 7 shutout innings. Trey Turner had 4 hits in the win. Game 2 is at 6:40. Logan Webb faces Christopher Sanchez. And the Flyers have another chance to close out the Penguins tonight. Pivotal Game 6 is at 7:30. You can hear it live here on The Fanatic. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the
Coming up at 10, Middays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7:30 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, on what continues to just be busy day after busy day after busy day in Philadelphia sports. We're very fortunate of it, Johnny, because we get to talk about it. We are reacting to the Phillies parting ways with Rob Thompson. Phillies win last night 7-0. Don Mattingly takes over as the interim manager. Coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes, you'll hear a report from Buster Olney about the future of Alex Cora and the Philadelphia Phillies. Cora, of course, was removed of his duties as the manager of the Red Sox not long ago. Buster Olney will be able to further that report when he joins us coming up at 9:05. We have Adam Schefter at 8:05. This is still in the days removed from the NFL draft, which we got to react to last week. We have Sixers and Flyers playing in playoff games. Sixers force a Game 6, Flyers Game 6 tonight. It's unbelievable. One thing after another, and then you know there's going to be a moment in June where there's going to be a nothing.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't jinx this. The Phillies will have created their big comeback by then.
That's true. Now until May 17th.
There's nothing.
A lot of winnable games.
June
man.
looks like it could be. Like June. We'll have which parade is first. Flyers will finish first.
Yeah.
So the Flyers parade will be first,
and then the Sixers parade.
And
we'll be on both floats.
What else? Then we got Price is Right.
Price is Right.
2 weeks from 2 months from today.
World Cup, All-Star Game, Home Run Derby.
In case you guys don't know.
Okay, now that's July. That's July.
Yeah, we'll get there.
So we'll get there, and so it's all going to come together. We got lots of stuff to look forward to. Let's just keep this going.
All right, let's get some text messages here at 610-632-0975. And then I want to talk about if there's one, like the number one misconception that you hear in Philadelphia sports right now, because I got a response on Twitter yesterday that I can't wait to read to you. And it just goes to show that sometimes people aren't paying attention but have an opinion. But what do we have on the text line?
I'm going to veto the text line because we need to get people gassed up, and we have Flyers voice memos.
Oh, we do. I did ask for the voice memos. We need sickos back because games 4 and 5, we were like white collar. Let's wear our suits and ties. Like, no, let's go. I need sickos back. What do we got?
Dan in North Jersey will lead us off.
Hey, boys, Philly, come on. Let's get up. This is the day. It's over today. Let's not walk in there into the barn with nerves. We need noise, and we need to turn that barn into a tomb that suffocates this Penguins franchise forever. That's right. My dog can't take it. I can't take it. None of us can take it. And it's today.
I love you, Dan. I love you very much, Dan. And that's our first sicko of the day. We need more of that. We need more
and we say
of this
sicko
energy.
in the most
in a loving way.
Terms.
Oh yeah, dude. I've called this city in the most loving way possible one of the most psychotic cities I know when it comes to sports, and I say that with love and appreciation and admiration. All right, I need more of that. All right, misconceptions. So last night, the lineup comes out. Yes.
Okay.
And I put out a tweet saying, not that I was expecting much of a difference, but I love how they fire the manager, just put the exact same lineup out there that has this team 9-19. And this guy, Jack, responds to me. Garcia, Marsh, Stott, Bohm, Crawford, all in the lineup. How many times has this happened? And I responded with, literally every time there's been a right-handed starting pitcher going up against the Phillies. Literally every time. And so one of the misconceptions is look, I get it. We were looking for a change. Was that Rob Thompson had no idea what he was doing. And this guy's complaining, well, Rob Thompson never had this lineup. Yes. He did. Literally, they have platoons this year.
He did.
And you can't say that then Marsh and Stott should play more often when they can't hit lefties. And then we complain about that. So to me, one of the misconceptions going on right now is that Rob Thompson had no clue what he was doing. All right? We've talked about the people calling Joel Embiid soft. That's a total misconception that I don't know where people come from that. They must just not be paying attention. Do you have anything right now in sports, in Philadelphia sports, that might be the biggest misconception in the city?
Misconception. That it's hard because it's I would say it's that from people that I talk to close to the team, Nick Sirianni does nothing.
Right. That's a good one.
Because I've just heard from enough people. And by the way, a few of these people have corrected me on things that I've said on the air, saying, you sound a little dismissive of Nick Sirianni because I can tell you that he does this well.
Sure.
He does this well. So it is in the process of them correcting me that they say to me, Nick Sirianni does more than you give him credit for. Be sure to give him a little more credit. He really does. He does a lot. So I think that might be one.
And look, misconceptions could be from some sort of belief, right? Like anybody saying that Nick Sirianni, what does he do around here when the offense is spiraling out of control and he's supposed to be this offensive coach and they can't figure out ways to save it?
By the way, that is also factual.
Right, like that's
because we've seen that twice.
Yeah.
But then when it carries off into he doesn't do anything, that's
where far.
That's where it's the bridge too far.
Rob Thompson deserved a lot of the criticism that he got, especially following that postseason series with the Dodgers. Joel Embiid deserves a lot of the criticism that we get. It's more so a lot of people, not we, not all, a lot of people go one step too far, right? Like this guy doesn't know what he's doing, or this guy stinks, or this guy's soft. Connor, do you have one right now?
Yeah, I'll go to the Sixers, and I'll go with two guys. Nick Nurse and Daryl Morey. People treat them sometimes like there's absolutely no defending the job that they've done.
Yes, and I'll bring up another example that I brought up a couple of times. A couple of weeks ago when Johnny Marks said, look, they should move on from Morey and rebuild, my first thought was, well, you said rebuild around Maxi and Edgecombe. Who's the guy that selected Maxi at 21 and picked Edgecombe over Ace Bailey when a lot of people wanted Ace Bailey? The guy that you want to move on from.
Yes.
I'm okay with it. Don't get me wrong. Like, if they move on from Daryl Morey, like, hey, you did what you could do.
Daryl, there was a lot. If you do one of your T-charts, Daryl has a lot of stuff in the good column. There's a lot of good moves in the good column.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's just aggravating stuff in the bad column
that have maybe set them back.
Correct.
Numerous times.
But there's a lot of good in the good column that needs to be recognized, and we have.
Yeah,
which is good.
You know, our old buddy Tyrone Johnson, who's doing great things online with Craig. He would always do the joke of Doc Rivers never won a game, but he lost every game.
And
we do that a lot.
We do, and that's fair. That's a fair assessment.
You know what I mean? Like
we do
that a lot. In this city.
Not enough credit is being given at times to guys for what they do right.
Because we already had an opinion. And look, the opinions of Doc Rivers before he came here were fair. The guy blew the most 3-1 series leads in the history of the NBA. Like they were fair.
Doc's reputation is earned.
Yes,
it's earned. Over a long period of time.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? The Davis Honda text line. Feel that Davis difference by checking them out in Burlington.
All right, so we have people checking in on the Sixers' big win last night and getting really excited about it. Jeff from D.C. says, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. We are winning this series. Play the song.
All right. Look, let's go. If that's your mindset, your mentality, we need more of it. I didn't bring it for you guys, and I'm sorry. I was hurt. All right. So if Jeff from DC wants to say screw it, they're win the series, play the song, then screw it, play the song.
Okay. How do you answer this from Tonio?
All right.
I really believe Chunas has sounded more like a Embiid fan than a Sixers fan.
I love Joel Embiid. I love the Sixers.
But he's more talking about your enthusiasm for this playoffs.
The Sixers, if Joel Embiid doesn't have an appendectomy, the Sixers are not playing the Celtics in the first round, and I think they beat Cleveland when they traded for Harden. What I don't even think we talked about on the air.
No,
what did I say?
You thought Cleveland was much more vulnerable.
They slowed down the pace, which benefits who? A guy that sometimes needs the pace slowed down.
Yes,
for.
exactly.
So.
And you thought that made them more vulnerable. I was telling you guys all along for months, you wanted to play Detroit.
Yeah, I know you
Are
did.
we now seeing that we wanted to play Detroit?
Maybe.
The way the Sixers are 3-2 with Boston. You think they'd be better with Detroit? I do.
Yeah, absolutely. They're about to lose to the freaking Magic.
I mean,
look, I love Joel Embiid, but I also recognize that if Joel Embiid's around and doesn't have another freak incident, that they're not in this series. They're in a different series, and they might be winning the series, and then we're talking about how dangerous they are in the playoffs. Because of the appendectomy, it changed everything for them. Because I know this team goes only as far as Embiid goes. I'm proud of Edgecombe and Maxi and what they did in Game 2, but they don't win this series unless Embiid's playing at his best, and look at what you saw last night. All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas, but also Buster Olney. He's going to join us at 9:05, but before that, you'll hear a report that he had on Alex Cora and his future in Philadelphia. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
you think about mom all the time. You're like 10 days till Mother's Day. Have you taken care of a gift for mom? Have you taken care of a gift for your wife for Mother's Day? Well, my friends at Benari Jewelers want to take care of you in Exton and Newtown Square. They want to make sure that you find a perfect gift at one of their beautiful showrooms full of thoughtful gifts and amazing staff members. They're going to help you find the perfect gift at the perfect price to make her show that she's appreciated. A bracelet, a pendant necklace, maybe an eternity band that she'll wear forever saying, thanks, Mom, thanks, over and over again. How about classic diamond earrings? They're always a winner. Or gemstones that represent the birth dates of all of her children. Whatever it is, you're going to find a gift that's going to honor Mom, and Benari's going to get it to you at a great price with a classic gift that you're not just going to find at any mall jewelry store. They're the best, and they're going to create a relationship with you that you're going to keep coming back for birthdays, holidays, things like that. I love Benari Jewelers. And with Exton and Newtown Square, you got two great places to shop. You can check them out online at BenariJewelers.com and then go visit one of their showrooms and make sure that you take care of Mother's Day early. Don't wait till next week. Don't wait till the deadline. Get it done now. Benari Jewelers. They're the best.
97.5, The Fanatic.
It is 7:47 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. We just got into a conversation about misconceptions, the biggest misconceptions in Philadelphia sports right now. Neil on our YouTube chat. The biggest misconception is that A.J. Brown's a diva that only cares about his stats.
Oh, yeah.
It's fake. It's happening. He's being traded June 1st. Stop fighting it.
No, now A.J. Brown is somehow, he's a victim. The victimization of now it's going to be A.J. was the victim in all this. A.J. wasn't the diva.
Yeah, media ran him out of town. You know it's coming, man.
Diva.
How come you don't have a countdown clock for the day A.J. Brown's traded? I know you
June
have all
2nd,
your.
we'll be there.
You have all your apps.
I do. Let me just check.
Add that one on there.
I'll add that. A.J. gone. June. Well, wait. I don't understand this. It's after June 1st, though, is the day the deal can come down.
Yeah,
right?
it could be June 1st or June 2nd.
Why would they wait till June 2nd? Like, why wait till June 2nd?
The Phillies waited an extra day for Rob Thompson. You know, maybe they just want to wait an extra day. Who knows? All right. Before we get to today's headlines, yesterday, speaking of Rob Thompson fired. A lot of talk about what the Phillies are going to do next. Don Mattingly didn't totally want to be the interim manager. He is because Alex Cora said no.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did he say no, period, or did he say no, but maybe down the road? Buster Olney's going to be joining us coming up at 9:05. Here was Buster with Kevin Negandhi on SportsCenter last night.
Who could be the next Phillies permanent manager?
Kevin, I don't think it's a question of if Alex Cora is going to be the Phillies manager. I think it's a question of when. And look, it could be in the start of 2027 where he could follow up and become the Phillies manager then. But there's nothing that's preventing both sides to revisiting this later in the year. And so if Alex Cora takes a couple of months off after that ugly divorce with the Red Sox and tells the Phillies, hey, I'm ready to go, the Phillies could move then. They could move in August. Or maybe they do wait to the offseason. It was really, I think, important to remember that Don Mattingly's got 12-year managing the big leagues, and for him to get an interim tag, that tells you the Phillies are leaving the light on for Alex Cora.
If you do, though, if the Phillies turn this thing around, you're not moving off.
Yeah, that's my one thing. And when we talk to Buster, but let's say the Phillies.
Let's say they turn this thing around and it starts to get interesting.
Hey, Don, thanks. You pat him on the head.
You're not gonna say, Don Mattingly, good job, thanks for saving the season. Now we're gonna go to.
Yeah, no, I think Don Mattingly, if he turns things around, he's talking about August. He mentioned the month of August.
You can't do that, and so you're not doing that. And if it doesn't turn around under Don Mattingly, then you're not bringing in Alex Cora.
Yeah, Alex Cora's saying
to put a toe tag on the corpse.
I'll be back later. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy counting my money, relaxing, and taking the summer off. And by the way, it's going to be longer than the summer because you're heading into a lockout.
Yeah, he said 2027.
It's going to be a lockout.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll ask Buster later.
You'll see what.
Hey, how we feeling about 2027?
What do you mean? You think he's gonna come in?
No, I'm just saying, we'll see. Buster says it's a possibility. I'd imagine no team has ever won the World Series with 3 different managers in the same season. So I don't think that's really a recipe for success.
I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But you know what is a recipe for success?
Well,
today's headlines are Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
Don't let me down.
I was thinking more toxic stew. I was thinking.
Today's headlines is brought to you by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. Well, the good news is, even sometimes the biggest, dumbest mistakes can have excellent special outcomes.
Your hiring is one of them.
Did you guys see this story that was around NFL news circles yesterday about a man in Kentucky?
Wait, so there's other NFL stories that's not Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini going on?
There is.
And A.J. Brown trade talk?
And this one is more wild than even Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
Oh, good luck explaining that. Go
Okay.
ahead.
You ready?
Yeah.
So last year, a guy in Kentucky was watching football, and he saw Younghoe Koo chunk a field goal, which is one of the worst missed kicks ever. Legitimately hit behind the ball, took turf out of the ground.
Yeah, it was a horrible, and he got released that day.
And a lot of people had fun at his expense, including this man from Kentucky who laughed so hard at the mishap that it triggered a seizure.
What?
He then went and sought medical attention, and he actually found out that he had a tumor on his brain that they removed, that they would not have caught if he did not have this incident. So laughing at the Younghoe Koo missed field goal, this man now believes saved his life.
He had a seizure
from laughing so hard.
Well, the brain tumor obviously caused the seizure.
Yeah.
But that's unbelievable.
It's a crazy story, you know.
That's beautiful, though.
Finding out health stuff. Dude, remember the Dorenbos story?
Yeah.
The Eagles trade John Dorenbos to the Saints. He gets the physical, and they find that he's got, like, a life-threatening sort of heart condition.
All I remember is Connor at the In What World? At
was
the
a good
John
magic show.
Dorenbos the magic show in Vegas.
But here's the thing. We've all been
Overserved.
trying to figure out why Howie Roseman has such confidence in Jake Elliott. Missing field goals is important. Health-wise,
sure.
We're saving lives out here.
He's actually hurt my health a little bit, Jake Elliott, recently. But yeah, all right, I get what you're saying.
Maybe he's going to save somebody one day. You never know. The NCAA tournament is trying to save the seasons of a lot of other teams. So college basketball has put the wheels in motion to move it up to 76 teams in the tournament.
Gosh,
Your guys'
so
thoughts?
stupid. What are they going to do? They've turned March Madness into April Madness now, which already sucks. They've taken it and they pushed it into April.
So 10 more teams are adding? Was that the math?
No, 68. No, it's 60. It's 8.
Yeah, 8 more teams.
All right, so 8 more teams. So 8 more teams that won't win.
It's so
I don't
ridiculous.
know.
It's a social welfare system that doesn't need to exist.
4 more games for
why?
Money. That's
all
what that's
play-in games.
Yeah, but playing teams have had a lot of success. Elite Eights.
Yeah, but one of the other
Final
things that
Fours.
we've talked about, play-in teams, they should not have play-ins for the 11th seed. Like, if you're good enough to play for the 11th seed, you should not be having to play for the 11th seed when
Correct.
there's 14, 15, 16 seeds that don't belong. And so now you're adding, and what, is it going to be a play-in for, like, the 7th seed? Like,
So dumb.
of course they have a shot of winning because they're toward close to the top 10 seedings in their region.
It's such a dumb.
I hate it.
If they do it, I'd rather see them do it for the mid-majors than get a whole bunch of other, like, major conference teams. Like, I'd like to see other teams get their shot, but I was also very happy with the 68-team system.
How about having a mid-major tournament and having a major tournament?
Yeah.
We'll see what they end up doing with the structure, but the wheels are in motion. One other thing, it may be good that the Sixers are not matched up with the Pistons in round one, because we may have stuff on our conscience if the Sixers were beating the Pistons.
Why?
Their fans are down bad right now.
So?
And blood is almost on the hands of the Orlando Magic. Pistons fan Curtis Lewis III took to Twitter and said that he's having such a bad time watching the Pistons that, for perspective, he's going to choose to waterboard himself instead. So you have Detroit Pistons fans. He took a video. I guess he had a buddy over, and he had the towel over his face in the shower. They're choosing, rather than watching the Pistons play basketball, to waterboard themselves.
I don't feel bad for him. Detroit's won more recently than the Sixers have. You know, deal with it. You want to talk about pain and suffering?
No, I don't
The Pistons
feel bad.
just sucked for a long time, and then they got good. The Sixers, it's been.
And they got that one title thrown in there.
You want to talk about torture? Like, being a Sixers fan's torture. It's not a Pistons
No, I just think it's something that we can relate to as Philadelphia sports fans. Just be like, I don't want to watch my basketball team. I'm choosing waterboard.
I want to play the Pistons, and I want that guy to be miserable at our expense.
Jerk.
Well, I don't want my basketball team to cause anyone to be waterboarded.
No, he's waterboarding himself.
I'm okay with it. All right,
Yeah,
coming up next.
I'm all right with it.
It
Pro
is a
torture, Andrew
Wednesday
Salciunas.
morning. It is a Shefty Wednesday. Adam Schefter joins us coming up next. Curious, Johnny, has Adam Schefter ever heard a story
Waterboarding?
like what took place in round 1 of the NFL draft, where Mekhi Lemon was on the phone with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then not so fast, the Eagles jumped the Steelers and select Lemon? We talked to Adam Schefter about that, a whole lot more coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Thompson out for the Phils. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies made the decision yesterday to move on from manager Rob Thompson after a rough start to the year for the club. It was a major move, and Dave Dombrowski had a chance to talk about, well, where is the blame laid?
Well, this isn't a blame game. We collectively are not doing well. Just the way things were going are not going well enough. I don't think we're playing up to our capabilities. I think we're a much better club than we played. You make some decisions that are tough at times.
And the decision was to move on from Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly has been named the interim manager for the remainder of the season. He's now 1-0 as the Phils won 7-0 last night. A bit of a bump maybe they got against the Giants momentum-wise. Luzardo, 7 shutout innings on the mound. Trey Turner, 4 hits in the game. Game 2 is at 6:40 tonight. Logan Webb versus Christopher Sanchez. Sixers stayed alive in Boston with a huge 113-97 win. Joel Embiid led all scorers in the game with 33 points. Game 6 is tomorrow at 8 p.m. in South Philly as the Sixers look to force an all-important Game 7. The Flyers are trying to stay out of a Game 7. They have a chance to close out the Penguins tonight in Game 6 in their series. Puck drop is at 7:30. You can hear it live here on The Fanatic. Adam Schefter joins us coming up next for his reaction to all the news from the NFL Draft. This update is brought to you by Wawa. Their $6 meal deal is back. Get a sandwich, small fountain drink, and Hershey chips, all for $6. Limited time. Gotta have a Wawa. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
$1,000 here now with the Fanatic Parlay Cash. It's stood up by our friend Dr. Avidan Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. How about the key word for this contest, Johnny? Is contest.
That's a weird word.
C-O-N-T-E-S-T. C-O-N-T-E-S-T. Contest. You have 25 minutes till after the hour to enter it on the Fanatic app, 975thefanatic.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code 45911. Text contest. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley. So be sure to answer your phone. Contest rules at 975thefanatic.com. You have 5 chances to win each weekday. Your next chance will be at 10 o'clock. Good luck.
Now back to Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it is already 8 o'clock, which is insane.
I can't believe it's 8 o'clock.
And the show is not slowing down anytime soon. We're going to be joined by our man Adam Schefter, as we are every Wednesday at 8:05 in a few minutes. Ricky Bo in studio or on the phone?
Because sometimes he comes. Because sometimes he comes by.
I know. I don't know what Ricky Bataligan
Maybe he'll
does in
just
his
show
free
up.
time.
Who knows?
Ricky
You
Bo.
never know with Ricky because he's up. He works out. He's
a busy
really
man.
busy. He jumps around.
He joins us at 8:30 because we want to talk a little bit more about the dismissal of Rob Thompson and what's next for the Philadelphia Phillies, who won 7-0 last night. So finally got a win. It's all because of Don Mattingly that they won that baseball game yesterday. Phillies win 7-0.
They got a good club.
They got a good club. They won their 10th game of the season. It's April 29th. You'll hear the Sixers montage if you missed it earlier at the end of this hour. And then 9 o'clock, it doesn't end. We have Buster Olney at 9:05 to talk more about the Phillies. So much to still come here on the show.
This is 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag.
Hell yeah, man.
It's squeezed in today.
Sixers forced Game 6 with their win last night over the Celtics. 113-97. Celtics scored just 11 points in the fourth quarter, 40 points total in the second half. A lot of it Sixers defense. We had a texter earlier saying it was only because the Celtics were missing shots. Well,
really?
It's not like they were wide open every single time. Yeah, sure. Some of them they missed shots, but a lot of it was also because of the Sixers perimeter defense. And Joel Embiid looked like himself in the second half of that game yesterday, which makes you think. It just makes you think what can happen tomorrow night in front of your home fans. Game 6, can you force a Game 7? It also makes me think what could have been again, which is why I had that sort of bittersweet feeling. But I'm excited that we get to see another one tomorrow night. We also get to see another game tonight.
Yes.
Flyers, Penguins, game 6 here on the Fanatic 7:30 puck drop.
Absolutely no gentleman was asking me why I was holding my hand out earlier on YouTube.
You just do that.
It's called no nerves. I have no nerves about this. I'm not nervous. I'm not in the least bit. I don't feel any butterflies about a game that's in less than 12 hours.
Which is good.
None. Like, I have no anxiousness about this. I think it's going to be a good night. I think this team's going to come out, and I believe the third period, now this could really come back and haunt me, I believe the third period will be comfortable. That we're not going to be biting our nails in the third period.
That would be nice.
It would be really nice.
I would appreciate that. I could use that.
It would be really good.
For my just mental sanity. Like, I could use that tonight.
We all could.
That'd be really nice. What do we got as the poll of the day? Brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. They're bringing us a $1,000 cash contest, which the key word is contest. What do we have as the poll, Connor?
Yeah, it has to deal with the outcome of the series between the Sixers and the Flyers with those dueling series going on right now and what you think the result of them is going to be. So we have 4 options on this poll of what's more likely to happen. Both teams advance, neither advance, just the Flyers, just the Sixers. 77% are saying just the Flyers, so that's our heavy leader.
What's second, though?
17% are saying neither advance. 3% are saying they both advance, and 3% are saying just the Sixers.
If the Sixers were the only team to advance, it would
be the wildest thing ever. That'd be the wildest.
It would be insane.
They
come back down 3-1, Flyers blow a 3-0 series. That would be insane.
That'd be absolutely nuts if that ever happened.
Maria, who we love, Maria Rosinski.
What's up, Maria?
She initially had the Flyers in 6 and Sixers in 7.
Well,
those were her predictions.
I have a Bet Parks wager that I'm counting on coming through for me tonight. That at plus 520.
Yeah.
That I'm really hoping comes through tonight. So let's go Flyers.
Damn right, man. Let's go Flyers.
Let's
Flyers in 6 so that we can party tomorrow and preview Game 6 for the Sixers. And then Friday, if the Sixers win Game 6, man, get ready for that show.
Oh, my God.
All right, joining us now here on Kincade Salciunas every single Wednesday at this time from ESPN, our man Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Another
Having
day.
a good day.
It's been a crazy couple of weeks, right? We were leading up to the draft. We have Sixers Flyers in the playoffs. The Phillies just like they completely fell apart. They fired their manager yesterday. So
Nothing
it's been
going on.
It's been a busy time in Philadelphia.
That's
Shefty,
good for you guys, right?
It is great for us. We're very happy. Shefty, curious, just want to start here. Have you ever heard of a story before, like what took place round 1 of the NFL draft, when the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the phone with Mekhi Lemon and then the Eagles make the jump? Have you ever heard a story like that before?
Yeah, it's happened before. The Pittsburgh Steelers wound up drafting somebody the Dallas Cowboys had back on the phone. It's happened. It's not common. It happens later in the draft. To say regularly would be a stretch, but it happens. It's more rare to have it happen earlier in the draft. And I don't know that we've ever seen in this day and age where everything is broadcasted and everything's captured by NFL films, and there's these high number of prospects in attendance at the draft to where they have Makai Lemon mic'd up and he says, "Why is Philly calling?" So I just think it's a function of the day and age we live in as much as anything else. It's rare for it to be high. It's happened before, and that one happened to be captured on cameras.
Do you believe it's a finable offense? Do you believe it's a disciplinary offense? That because there's a rule in place that it's not supposed to be done.
Yeah.
So is the league just going to look the other way and say, "Don't do it again, boys"?
That would be my guess. I don't think that there's going to be anything that comes out of that, but the league said to me last week that they'll review the entire draft, all the events of the draft, including that particular incident. I know that I don't think that the Eagles were particularly pleased when it was happening because I think they were trying to get Makai Lemon on the phone, and I think initially they struggled to do that. If you look at the video and you see when Howie Roseman finally gets Makai Lemon on the phone, it almost seemed to me like it was like I finally got through to this guy. Like, out. Right at the beginning. You see, if you watch the replay of it, and I could be totally wrong on it, but that was my interpretation of it, that this was an organization that had been trying to reach that guy for a couple of minutes and couldn't do it. And they were finally glad to get him on the phone, and we got our guy on the phone and not happy about that. And Kyle Lemon, you're an Eagle.
Now, speaking of that selection, leading up to the draft, we all thought the same thing. Like, everybody thought that they were going to go offensive tackle, draft the eventual replacement of Lane Johnson. What have you heard around league circles about the Eagles' selection of Makai Lemon instead of going with that potential offensive tackle of the future?
Well, it all goes to how the board falls. You know, I think the Eagles were operating under the assumption that Makai Lemon was going to go before them in the draft, whether that was 13 to the Rams, who considered him, 14 to the Ravens, just thinking of the other teams in front of them, 18 Minnesota, no, 19 Carolina, no, 20 was Dallas, no, well, it could have been, but no, 21 was, I'm forgetting, but I think the Eagles believed that Makai Lemon was going to be off the board. And I think that they felt like where they were, that there might be an offensive tackle. The board fell the way it did. And that's why it's very difficult to predict exactly how the draft will go, because certain guys fall to certain spots that you didn't expect in both cases. And that's what happened, and that's how – look, here's the truth of the matter. A lot of people thought the Rams were going to take Makai Lemon. The Rams definitely considered Makai Lemon. The Rams decided to go Ty Simpson, who most people did not project to be a top 20 pick. That pushes one more guy down to the Eagles. That guy, in this particular case, happened to be Makai Lemon.
Do you believe the brain drain that is going on right now with a couple more of Howie's lieutenants leaving the organization at some point might end up costing the Eagles a little bit?
Well, it's not ideal to lose that many people, but I think it's a testament to the organization that they just keep bringing in the right people and they keep leaving. And they'll find more people and have to develop them, and it'll take a little bit of time. But they've been a very strong organization in that regard in terms of who's being hired and who leaves. I mean, just look at all the people that have come through there, right? Like Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, was there. Ian Cunningham, the Falcons GM, he was there. You know, Jake Rosenberg leaves. Alec Hallaby leaves. Brandon Brown, the Giants assistant GM, came through there. Like, there have been a lot of people that have left, and it's not in the last year or two. It's over the last 5-10 years too. So, again, it's not ideal, but I think it's a compliment to the organization in the way that they've identified, hired, and groomed people.
Adam Schefter joining us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Not only are we reacting to the draft, it's also fifth-year option pickup season. And the Eagles pick up the fifth-year option of both Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. When it comes to Jalen Carter, Shefty, do you believe the Eagles are actively trying to work out that long-term deal, or is this something just for a placeholder for a year?
Well, I haven't heard active on the deal. That doesn't mean that they're not going to try. I would think that they're going to try at some point in time to get it done. But I'd have to check on that to get an official update. I've not asked about it, but I've not heard at any point that, boy, we're getting close on Jalen Carter, or Jalen Carter saying we're getting close to the Eagles. I haven't heard it either way. I would think he's too talented a player that there wouldn't be more activity there at some point in time. But I don't know that's close at this point in time.
When you saw what the other teams in the NFC East did, do you believe the talk? Do you believe the talk around the NFL would be that maybe it's time that some teams are sort of closing the gap a little bit on the Eagles?
No, I don't think about it like that. You do, but I just think about it as the division getting much better. Like, I looked at that after the first couple of nights. I'm like, boy, the NFC East added some real talent here.
It did.
I didn't even think of them closing the gap. Like, you're in Philly. That's how you would think. I don't think like that. I'm just thinking, boy, like the Giants got arguably the two best linemen in this draft, the best pass rusher and the best offensive lineman. Now, again, some people thought David Bailey was a better pass rusher. I got it. The Jets did. A lot of people did. But there were some people that thought Arvell Reese had the highest upside, and he's a Giant. There were some people that thought Francis Maui-Noah, despite the fact that he was the second offensive lineman picked behind Spencer Fano, that he would be the best offensive lineman. The Giants got him too. Commanders got a guy that the Titans considered at number 4 in Sonny Styles, a big-time freak that plays linebacker. The Cowboys, by many accounts, had one of the top drafts of any team. They added the best safety in Caleb Downs, and they added a great pass rusher in Malachi Lawrence. And it's interesting because if we go back to the Giants, taking Maui-Noah, one of the players they considered there was Caleb Downs. And they had to know that if they didn't take Caleb Downs there, they're going to be facing him in their division. Had to know that. And they could have taken Downs, and the Cowboys would not have taken Maui-Noah. So they made the choice for Maui-Noah because they felt he was so good, and now they're going to have the unenviable task of facing Downs along with the Eagles and Commanders.
Shefty, John asked you about the numerous people that are being poached from the Philadelphia Eagles into front office roles. Alec Halaby, I don't know if the common fan knows who Alec Halaby is. He's been the assistant general manager of the Eagles since 2022. He's been with the team since 2007, going back to when he was an intern, kind of like what Howie Roseman did with the Philadelphia Eagles before he became the GM. How surprised are you that he's stepping away, at least for now, from football altogether? I know he had interviews for some GM jobs across the NFL, didn't get those. Anything that you've heard as to why he's going into the finance world and leaving football?
He's brilliant, for one thing. We know that.
Yeah. Well, and that's the whole thing. I actually was told this, it had to be a good 6 weeks ago that he was leaving. I remember hearing that. I'm trying to think where and when. Like, you're talking to teams. He was interviewing for other jobs. I think what happened is, and I have not spoken to Alec about this, but I'm going to guess. I'm going to read between the lines. He had been interviewed for how many GM jobs over the last few years?
3.
I'm going to get.
I think 3 officially, and he's a really smart guy. Really smart.
Well, I think what happened was he interviewed a few times, and I know that teams really liked him. And I think what happened is probably when you get bypassed once and twice and 3 times, like anybody, you start thinking to yourself, okay, well, what am I going to do here? And obviously he had an interest and a desire in the field of finance, obviously a brilliant guy, and he decided that he would be better doing that than sticking around and trying to get a general manager job. And Jake Rosenberg left. He had interviewed, I think, for GM jobs, wanted to be a GM, didn't come his way, started his own thing and is doing great, flourishing. And I would imagine that Alec Alabi also will now go flourish. You get to do something so long, and everybody wants to see the fruits of their labor rewarded, and everybody wants to see their career growing in a direction that they feel fulfilled by and appreciated. And obviously, he just felt like it was just time to move on.
All right, fair enough. Shefty, we appreciate the time as always, man. Thank you, and we'll talk to you next week. Another week closer to A.J. Brown's trade to New England.
We're counting down the days
We
to
didn't
that.
even ask you about him today.
Hey, Adam, could you send us a playlist if you have a playlist? You want to share anything? If you just send us a playlist.
Appreciate the time,
I gotta
Shefty.
I got to tell you something. I wouldn't even know how in the hell to do that.
I bet your daughter knows. Your daughter knows. My daughter makes playlists for me, so your daughter can make one for you.
Unbelievable.
There you go, buddy.
Thanks, Shefty. We'll
Thanks,
talk to you
Adam.
next week.
Take care, man.
Thank you, guys.
See you.
That's still like that story that came out yesterday.
Come on, it's bad.
And then did you see the update? Did you see the update of the playlist?
No.
So Mike Vrabel, who we're assuming the playlist was made for by Diana Rossini.
Could have been another Mike.
Could have been another Mike. They changed the name of the account. So it still said Diana Rossini, but then they changed the I think it was to Ty Carr instead of Mike, because his kids' names are like Tyler and Carson or something.
It just
like
to
Tyler
me
and Carter.
It just to me is a. I'm going to tell you, there's some bad people in this story.
Yeah, dude.
There's some bad people in this story, and look,
dude. One of my biggest questions
Bad.
still is, how does he handle being the head coach of a football team?
I don't know how you do it as far as how you in any way say I'm a leader of men. I don't know how you do it.
And did you see the TMZ video?
Yes.
He got off the plane, and some guy followed him from like baggage claim to his car with a phone in his face, asking questions. He's refusing to answer. I don't blame him for not talking.
No, I don't blame him not talking to
like,
that guy at all.
This will continue.
This is going to be his life.
This isn't done.
He doesn't just get to dismiss this story.
Right. Like when he laughed it off, remember, he laughed it
lied.
off.
No, he lied.
He lied.
They both lied.
This is a laughable,
By the way, they both lied. When confronted with the story, they both chose to lie.
Which is probably why this is even worse.
Instead
if they just
of
came right out.
If they just came out and acknowledged it, this thing could have been moved towards being over. They decided to mock it and act like it was a lie.
And then every reporter, whether it's an actual reporter or a Twitter reporter, said, oh, you're going to mock us? We're going to figure this out.
Well, they made a calculated error, man. Calculated error.
Don't poke the Twitter bear.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Connie, you're right, man. It's
dude, the receipts are
it
there.
It was just such a dumb thing to do that you're gonna when confronted with, you get caught in the lie. Fall on the sword quickly. Fall on the sword quickly. Don't mess around.
He left crumbs everywhere, dude. It was horrible. All right, coming up next, Ricky Metallico joins
man.
us.
He doesn't leave crumbs.
No,
he just
does
comes
not.
out firing.
His thoughts on the Phillies' dismissal of Rob Thompson, last night's victory, plans moving forward, Alex Cora's job to lose, I guess. I don't know how you would phrase it. We talk about it all with Ricky Metallico next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phil's needing a new voice. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies felt that they needed a new voice and moved on from manager Rob Thompson yesterday after a really rough start to the year for them. It was a huge move for a team, and they got the jolt they needed last night on the field. But Dave Dombrowski, prior to the game, talked about why he made the decision.
First of all, Rob Thompson, he's a wonderful person. He's done so much for this organization. I thanked him for it. But I think at this time, I felt that we needed a new voice in there, a little different feeling in the clubhouse at this point.
Now, that new voice turned out to to be Don Mattingly, who got the interim manager tag for the remainder of this year. He started his tenure 1-0 with the Phillies as they won 7-0 last night over the Giants. Jesus Luzardo, 7 shutout innings, a strong start for him. Trey Turner, a 4-hit night. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Logan Webb faces off against Christopher Sanchez in the pitching matchup. Sixers staying alive in Boston, a 113-97 win for them. Joel Embiid, 33 points, the lead all scorers. He looked like vintage Embiid last night. Now they've got Game 6 tomorrow at 8 p.m. in South Philly. The Flyers have their own Game 6 tonight against the Penguins. The pivotal one for them. 7:30 p.m. puck drop. You can hear it live on 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up next, Ricky Bottalico will join us to talk about all of the change within the Phillies organization yesterday. This update is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has led inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at crohnscolitisfoundation.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
If you want to see their wonderful faces, check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
Just how great was the fourth quarter yesterday for the Sixers, forcing a Game 6? Do you know it was historic, ladies and gentlemen?
What?
Sixers trail by 1 point entering the fourth quarter. They won by 16. Per Opta stats, it is the largest road playoff win in NBA history by a team that trailed entering the fourth.
Okay, that's absolutely crazy.
How about that?
Did it seem that way? It didn't. It didn't seem like it was that.
Are you kidding me?
Because I think in the last 7-8 minutes, it got out of control.
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics died. I mean, the Sixers outscored them 28
They
to
tore
11.
their hearts out.
Absolutely. And now Game 6 tomorrow night here in South Philly. Tonight, Flyers Penguins in South Philly.
Game 6.
And also, now in studio. In studio, how about it?
All he does is
He heard
work.
Connor say that he was just going to call in. And he said, no, screw Connor. I'm going to drive in. The great Ricky Batalico is here.
What's up?
What's up, Ricky?
He wanted to be with us. That's the only reason he's in the building
I
today.
wanted to feel the love.
Yes.
Wanted to feel the love coming in.
That's really nice, man.
We love it.
I
It had
tried
nothing to
a
do with.
theory like that yesterday on the show. That didn't go over very big.
Yeah, you were. It sounded like a little romance talk.
It did,
times.
but it was supposed to be between a general manager / Pobo and the media.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out that way because Savannah jumped in and buried me during it for some reason.
So let's talk
That
about
happens often.
Let's talk about yesterday. Rob Thompson fired. I watched the clip that the station posted, but in case people didn't watch it, your thoughts on the dismissal of Rob Thompson yesterday?
I think it was something that had to happen. I don't think, in all reality, it wasn't his fault. Come on, everybody knows that it's the 26 guys that are standing out there, the guys that have to play the game. When you think about this team as a whole, who was not doing the job? I mean, if it was one-sided, it wouldn't have been Rob Thompson going. When you think about it, was the starting pitching doing the job? They did last night. I mean, Luzardo was really good last night. That was almost like a pissed-off effort last night.
Oh, yeah.
Which, good for him. Maybe he took it to heart that he was part of the problem. But the bullpen, if you remember, Dave Dombrowski told us, well, we didn't run it back. Look what we did with the bullpen. It's going to be one of the best in baseball. Got a good club, Well, that didn't turn out right. And the hitting has been suspect.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people will say, well, are they getting old? Is that well, I can't really go there because Schwarber had the 9 home runs at the time. You look at Harper, he was playing good baseball, and JT's on the IL. So maybe JT part, okay. Trey Turner's one of those guys that got to step it up, but I look at it, it's been after the 1, 2, 3 hitters. Mm-hmm. So everybody down the bottom, and I take Justin Crawford out of there, and Marsh has been pretty good too. But for the most part, the mix of those guys that go 4 through 9 has been a problem.
And who constructed that?
That would be Dave.
Yeah.
When I hear you've been on teams where a manager's been fired.
After the season, though.
Oh, you've never had one in season.
Never been in season. Never been in season.
Okay. I heard the answers. I heard Kyle Schwarber's answer. I heard Bryce Harper's answer. Kyle Schwarber's answer I completely respected. Bryce Harper's answer I completely did not. Kyle Schwarber immediately falls on the sword, immediately takes responsibility, which is what I think he should do and what they should do. Bryce Harper immediately just...
We have the Harper.
Let's hear it.
This was Bryce Harper yesterday after the Phillies fired Rob Thompson.
I think everybody kind of felt that something was going to happen, especially everything that happened in Boston. It was just kind of a matter of time. If we didn't start playing well, then something was going to happen. I mean, that's just kind of how sports works. That kind of how the game works. So I felt Tomper thought something was coming. I thought the team thought something was coming, and then obviously they made their decision, and we just got to put it behind us and start playing better baseball.
He didn't really blame anybody.
I swear, I hate that answer. I hate that answer so much. And it's like it would be really easy to just say in that point, have some grace and say, all of us need to look in the mirror and say, we let Rob down.
He had the tone down.
Oh, the tone down.
The tone was right. But, yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that you have to say in that situation, and I said this, that the players, the reason why they do this is that the players walk in that day and they go check themselves in the mirror. Egos stay at the door because that's what has to happen. You lost the guy a job. You're one of those 26 players. You are part of the problem. You are part of the reason why the team went downhill. You are part of the reason why there's no longer that manager that everybody loved. That's why he's not there anymore.
Yep.
So, I mean, In all
Seriously.
honesty, if I was on that team and I was asked that, I would say I'm part of the problem. The problem lies with us. It doesn't lie with Topper.
Didn't fall that.
No, he didn't.
No mirror in
I didn't hear him say
Harper's
that.
locker.
Yeah.
Again, a couple of weeks ago, when he tries stretching the single into the double, he gets thrown out. He goes, "That was just a good play by the outfielder." And then the very next sentence is, "Yeah, bad baseball."
By Marsh.
About Brandon Marsh. It's like, yo, dude, you were the one that did the idiotic trying to stretch a single into
incredible
the double.
to me.
Bryce does no wrong. He's got the halo. Remember that.
Yeah.
But especially in the fans' eyes.
I think so too.
Well, I get that has changed a little bit.
Yeah, he's
in
starting
the
to hear
offseason
boos
to
for the
this year.
first time.
That's if you played in Philadelphia and never been booed, you got a problem. The fans didn't
you're
know
not
who
doing
you,
something
they
right.
They don't know who you are.
That's true.
Right.
So you said you've never been on a team where the manager was fired in season, but a lot of people think that a firing of Rob Thompson or a firing of any manager could then maybe kickstart the team in the right direction. So your thoughts on that, being as a man that used to be in a major league clubhouse?
I think the Phillies weren't stupid in the timing of this firing. They knew who was coming up. They knew they had 5 series against sub 500 clubs. Come on. Did you look at the Giants last night? I know the Phillies struggled with them out in San Francisco, but Phillies always struggle in San Francisco. That team's not very good.
No, the Chapman signing's not worked out for them at all.
I mean, just look at their team. You got Devers, who's a free swinger. You have Luis Ariz. He could play, but he swings at everything.
Yeah, and he hits singles.
I mean, and my whole
like Alec Bohm.
My whole point is they should bury a lot of these teams coming up, regardless if they even didn't have a manager.
Right.
They could throw their guys out there, and still they should bury these teams. So I think the Phillies, that was a calculated move at a calculated time, which. Because you put Don Mattingly in there, I think, you know what? People will look at it and say, wow, what a great move by the Phillies. I'm not going to judge this thing until this thing's all over and said and done. I will give Don Mattingly this. He is Donnie Baseball. In my eyes, I mean, to be completely honest with you, in my parents' home, in my old bedroom, is a poster of Don Mattingly up, signed as an MVP.
Yeah.
So I still have that. And it's in glass and everything.
That's
it's pretty
awesome,
cool,
dude.
yeah.
Do you believe the pitching is going to turn around, and are you more confident that the starting pitching has a chance to carry this team, or that the relief pitching has a chance to carry this team?
Some of it will turn around. You know what? I was sure Aaron Nola would have a better year, but I'm starting to waver on that. I mean, obviously, Aaron's a great guy. He's done a lot of good for this organization, but I don't know where he stands in his career right now. So I'm not.
He has 4.5 years left.
Yeah, well,
at that big money.
That's not all going to be great.
You know
I know
what?
that. I could guarantee you that.
Never thought of that. I forget who said it. I don't know if it was Rube on the
Don't
Phillies,
sign him?
The Phillies podcast. No, how much the challenge system could mess up Aaron Nola because you can't just live on the corners as much.
No, you can't. You absolutely can't. And you know what? This thing is, do you know the walk percentage is up like 10% this year? Yeah.
I didn't know that, really.
Yeah. I mean, you saw the Phillies walk 10 guys in a game last week.
Yeah.
When the hell does that ever happen?
Not often.
I think this thing, okay, it's great in a sense that it gets everything 100% correct. Whatever happened to human error? Human error was a lot more fun.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was. You get the managers
you're talking
involved.
to a couple of
pitchers.
seam-heads here, Ricky.
I was asked yesterday, why didn't Rob ever get thrown out of games? How?
I like that the fact it says this is great. It's there now. You were part of. I don't know if you caught this. MLB Network had a thing of they were taking critique of the balls and strikes system. I forget the name that the corporate name that they have for the balls and strikes call system, but they were playing critique of it, and all of the critique was ex-pitchers that are analysts.
Oh boy, was I on it?
You were not. You were not. But it was like they were
Now
playing.
you are.
They played a series of clips, and it was like all these people saying, "This takes away from it. Look at this. This used to be part of the game." Every single one of them was like, I was Plesac, I think is one of the guys. They're like, every single person was a ex-pitcher across baseball that's complaining about this system. We finally have a system that lets a ball be a ball, a strike be a strike. They're getting calls right.
As a former Philly in the NL East with the Braves, we would have won some championships.
No, you absolutely. Maddox.
I mean, I'm not kidding you.
And by the way,
those guys used to get 6 inches off the plate.
Have
on
you
both
heard
sides.
Have you ever heard any of Glavin's comments on it?
No.
Glavin backs you up 100%.
Does he?
100%.
He definitely used to get a lot of pitches.
That they got the edges.
Well, I
and
played with Tom on the Mets.
And he agrees with you that some of the romance of the game is lost by this.
It kind of is. I guess it like, to me, it's really starting to turn into a video game.
Yeah, kind of looks.
I don't. You know,
I want the calls right. I want balls to be balls, strikes to be strikes. That's what I want.
That's what happened to arguing and
I don't
having
want
the
we
extra
argue enough around
Everybody
here.
love everybody, Ricky. That's
no,
what they
it's
want.
not. We're not in semi-pro right now. I just think it's one of those things where, okay, everybody's going to make mistakes. But now I watched the game last night, and I'm going to say this, and it benefited, I thought, Luzardo early on in the game. There were about 6 pitches in the first 3 innings that were definitively balls that were called strikes. And the Giants didn't challenge
they don't
any
want
of
to
them.
burn them too early,
Right.
just in case. Yeah.
And here's the other thing. This is what pisses me off about that. The ABS, you got to do it immediately. You got to tap the helmet
Correct.
immediately.
Right.
Why in the world, when they're doing the, if you want a play at second base, you have the manager putting his hand up to the umpire to hold on because
Right.
we have to look at the video. That is BS.
Okay, that is a logical. That's a logical.
It should be human eye.
The
Not
same thing.
Let's go to the computer and super slow-mo it.
You know what? I did not hear that argument. And I think that's a good argument.
Why,
right.
Well,
I think you're making a good.
Why in one area can you not wait for the person to say, "Hey, challenge it"?
That's a good argument.
And in the other area, take your time. Hold on.
All right, I'm team Batalico. No, here.
And then roll it. Go ahead.
All right, Connor. Here, I'm going team Batalico here. So I'm on. That makes complete sense. I am on team Batalico with this.
I think we're always on Team Ricky.
Well,
my whole theory is if we're all sitting in the dugout, why do we
would
have
you
to
get
look
extra
at the
time?
video?
And why do you get extra time?
Right.
Right.
You should have to say, because it would make the game a lot more interesting. What happens in football? You got to throw that red flag out there immediately.
Yeah. Well, you got somebody upstairs.
Yeah, but
watching,
even still, they only have 10 seconds at most to get that flag out there.
That's smart.
And if the guy gets to the line of scrimmage and throws, you have no choice.
you lost your
so
chance.
why can't the pitcher get on the mound and throw the ball? Why? Because you got to wait for the guy to get off the field.
Got to let him get set and all this stuff.
Ricky, you're bright,
smart man, Ricky.
You're bright, man.
I'm just saying it could be fixed a little.
Last thing before we kick you out of here, and then you'll be back here with Unfiltered. Kevin Long, were you surprised that he survived?
Watch this. I'm going to ask a question on top of a question.
All right.
Were you surprised Caleb Cotham made it through?
No, just because of how well the pitching staff's been the last couple of years.
What about this year?
Okay, yeah, but he's had a track.
I thought baseball was what have you done for me lately?
His track record.
And do you really believe it's Kevin Long's fault? Although it could have been cutting off ahead of the snake. I understand what you're saying.
I don't.
And Kevin Long may have thought it was going to be him.
Yeah.
Because last week, when you think about it, he said, well, we have a problem with no left-handed
they didn't have a
batting
freaking
practice
warm-up
pitchers
guy.
on the road.
Come on.
By the way, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's just being soft. You don't bring that up unless you think something's going on.
And
maybe
he thought
I will say this:
something was
am
going
I
on.
a little surprised? I'm a little surprised they didn't go after everybody
Well,
it in one swoop.
Why wouldn't Kevin Long be gone?
Although apparently Mattingly was asked. Dave said he was asked.
He wanted Kevin Long.
But you know why Kevin Long's not gone though, too.
He's got pictures.
Well,
he's got all his boys.
His big three is like.
Oh, I know. It's Harper, Schwarber, and Turner. Yeah,
you know that. Come on now.
The hell is that?
That's our Oscar music.
We do some music here on this show.
When he wants you to shut up, he starts
Smartest
playing
guy
it.
on the show does that to me.
Yeah. By the way, great promo.
I'm more doing it to those two, Ricky. You're doing great.
I thought it was funny.
By the way,
appreciate you.
Lazardo back.
Well, as long as we get a laugh.
I would say. I mean, he's throwing.
Till
You
next start.
sent that text. I didn't see that
Ricky.
text till later. I'm like, yeah, probably not.
Ricky has a theory that the guns at the ballparks are a little.
Well, it's not
It's
because
not
it's
the gun
arm
anymore.
speed.
Yeah.
It's not miles per hour.
Lazardo had a pitch go 99, and I texted Ricky. Jesus Lazardo's not throwing 99. Thanks, Ricky. We appreciate it.
Later on, guys.
Coming up next,
Take care,
we
buddy.
relive last night's Sixers victory in the Garden with a little montage. And don't forget Buster Olney at 9:05 to talk about the future manager of the Phillies, Alex Cora. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Keep it locked in. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, thanks to our man Ricky Botalico for joining us here in studio. He'll be back later today, unfiltered at 2 o'clock with our man Bill Colarulo as well. Been a fun day. Sixers win last night. We have the excitement of the Flyers. Do we have a voice memo? I need to hear a lunatic voice memo from a Flyers fan before we relive last night's victory for the Sixers with the montage. Because the Flyers, the energy needs to come back up. The first 3 games it was there. It was not there the last 2. And what do you know? They lost the last 2. What do we got, Connor?
Dan from McCungy is up next.
I went to bed Monday night pissed off. I woke up this morning still pissed off. Letang, Crosby, and that mutt Malkin, your time is done. Zegras, Martone, Tippett, Forster, your time is just beginning now. Send these flightless birds packing. Let's go, Flyers. Sound the horn, baby!
Oh, give the horn. What about? That's wonderful. See, we've been missing this the last couple of days. All right, we've been missing this. They lost game 4, and I think a lot of us were like, all right, Flyers in 5. And then they lose game 5. And we need to get this back. I'm glad that he was pissed off. That's good. We need that energy tonight at the barn, Johnny.
I love it.
We need it tonight.
At the barn. Any other cliches you want to throw in?
Well, I mean, half the players speaking cliches.
Gotta get pucks on net.
They're players, Andrew. They're the players.
I play floor hockey with my son.
There's nothing more than the hockey cliches come out. The cliche.
Gotta cycle the puck a little bit more.
Yeah, there we go.
Forecheck's gonna be important.
Give me some.
Well, forecheck you can use.
That's normal.
fine.
Yeah, give me some dot to dot later today.
There we go.
All right, let's hear how it sounded last night. Tom McGinnis, masterclass as always. Sixers beat the Celtics, force a game 6. The week continues, Johnny. The crazy time in Philadelphia.
We're
sports
like on a Vegas heater.
Continues. Let's go. Here's how it sounded last night.
And the Sixers with the ball up by 3. 9:35 in the first. Right side, George. Catch, shot, 3. Good. Paul George with another 3. And the Sixers with an early 6-point lead. Here's Pritchard to the right side. Pritchard to Vooch. Sixers rotating. Down the lane. Nick Vucevic. Left-hand jam. Sixers over-rotate, and Vucevic finds an angle right down the lane. Left-hand stub. 30 seconds in the first. Boston by 4. Second chance for the Sixers. 2 minutes into the second quarter. Boston leads by 5, 28-23, and B with it on the right side again with Garza. Jab step, fade away, shot from 19, around and good. It deadened and then went in. So Embiid with back-to-back field goals. 3-point game. Tatum turns it over to Grimes. He's got to step on everybody. Down the lane with left to right. Layup is good. Grimes to the first. Good feed by Paul George. Paul George to Joel to the left of the lane. Faces up, right-hand dribble, powers, rip through move, missed it, gets it back, 2 guys are there, and then he banked it in down low right. Embiid, and Vucevic is a big man. Joel towers over Vooch, and he puts it in. Sixers trail by 6, Embiid now 19. Maxi against Jordan Walls, dribbles with the left hand, Embiid with the screen. Maxi stops, fires, 3-pointer, good. Tyrese Maxi off the Embiid pick, and the Sixers cut it to 1. Maxi, he goes to Joel, pass behind him, 8 to shoot. Embiid with a pull-up on Cada from 15 and in. Embiid now with 29, a pull-up 16-footer straight away. Philadelphia by 3, 5:50 to go. Grimes knocking it away from Brown into the backcourt. Brown tracks it down. Brown facing pressure. Grimes all over him. 8 seconds. He's got to get it across, and they race it up. He's got 5 seconds on the shot clock. Brown dribbling. Grimes right there, off-balance shot. Quinton Grimes with the defensive play of the year. Our Morgan and Morgan moment. Grimes, gut check. Sixers by 6. Here's Embiid. Into the lane on Cada. Spins, backing, turning, fading, firing up. Good. The Sixers get the bucket. Joel Embiid down low. Grimes to the 3 in the defense. Everybody comes off the bench to greet him. It's an 8-point game. 5:16 to go. Embiid with 31. Clutch turnaround deuce. Timeout Boston. Sixers by 8. Maxi with 2.5 to go. 9 to shoot. Up top to BJ. 3-pointer by Edgecombe. Up and good. BJ struggled from beyond, but not that time. He buried it. And the Sixers 109. Boston 94. They've come in here to TD Garden, and they're going to win their 2nd straight game. So the duck boat has fluttered a little bit as the Celtics headed to the coronation, and it's coughing there in the Charles River. Sixers are going to come in and beat Boston for the second straight time.
I love you, Tom McGinnis. Thank you, Connor. Great job as always. Sixers get the win last night. Force a Game 6 tomorrow night, Xfinity Mobile Arena. But the building gets warmed up tonight. Flyers, Penguins. Flyers look to eliminate Pittsburgh. Sixers look to survive tomorrow. We have the Phillies looking to turn their season around. Started off on a good note yesterday with the 7-0 win after the Phillies moved on from Rob Thompson. And then the Eagles are like just losing everybody in their front office.
They are. Great job. And congrats to Alec Talaby, who a really good dude and a really smart guy. And you can go to the business world, and then you can come back.
Yeah, you can come back. It's just surprising because he's been so close to getting GM jobs, and then he's out.
So smart.
Smart guy.
So smart.
Media ran him out, man. It's a shame.
It's our fault, man.
And he has good taste in radio shows.
Is that right?
That's what I hear.
Well, I mean, he is my twin.
That's what I hear.
We do look like brothers. Maybe that's
It's a shame for that guy.
All right, coming up next, we have Buster Olney on. Buster Olney. He reported yesterday it's a matter of when Alex Cora becomes the manager of the Phillies, not if. He joins us at 9:05 to expand on that. What went down for the Phillies to move on from Rob Thompson? And can they turn this season around? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, the Fanatic. All right, let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. So during the NBA season, they did it every single Friday, but they're doing it every single day during the NBA playoffs, talking special drops that you don't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. And the best part is it's every single day. So you have action tonight in the NBA, but if you want to wait until tomorrow, if you think the Sixers can force a Game 7, Sixers get a win at home at the Exmo, well, you can make a bet on that. So whether you're betting the early game, gearing up for primetime, make sure you open up that FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you today. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are knowledgeable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers force a Game 6. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers found a way to stay alive last night in Boston, not just with a close win, no, 113-97, the final score in that one, a large part in thanks to Joel Embiid, who led all scorers with 33 points. Here's how it sounded here on the Fanatic.
Brown dribbling, Grimes right there, off-balance shot, Quinton Grimes with the defensive play of the year. Here's Embiid, firing up, good. The Sixers get the bucket. It's an 8-point game.
Great call by Tom McGinnis, as always. Great defense by Quinton Grimes on that call, too. Game 6 is tomorrow at 8 p.m. in South Philly as the Sixers look to force a Game 7. Flyers are looking to stay out of one. They have a chance to close out the Penguins tonight in their own Game 6. 7:30 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. And the Phils fired manager Rob Thompson yesterday after a really rough start to the year. It was a huge move for a team that clearly needed a jolt. Don Mattingly has been named interim manager for the remainder of the season. He started his tenure with a 7-0 win over the Giants. Luzardo, 7 shutout innings. Turner, 4 hits. It was a great game for them. We'll see if they can keep it going in Game 2 against San Fran. 6:40 tonight from the bank. Logan Webb faces Christopher Sanchez. Buster Olney joins us coming up next to talk more about the Rob Thompson firing news and if Alex Cora will be the next full-time Phillies manager. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade Salciunas.
They go into the Boston Garden and win 113-97 to force a Game 6. That game last night where it looked like the team before the appendectomy, right? Where Joel Embiid was playing at a high level. They found ways to make Maxi work. They found ways to make Edgecombe work. Paul George was playing great basketball when he returned from his suspension. And last night, we saw it come together again in the second half, and now they force a Game 6. They're down 3-2. They're still playing the Boston Celtics. It's why it's bittersweet. But, man, last night was so much fun to just live in that moment.
Okay, just lose the word bittersweet. It's not bittersweet. There's nothing bittersweet about it. There's no bittersweet.
What's bittersweet is the continuous what-if conversation that we will always have.
The reason that this has been such a joyous series to watch is because of the fact that I went in thinking all I wanted to do was to be proud of them. And they've exceeded my expectations. They've won 2 games now. I thoroughly believe they've got a real solid chance to win a third. And then who the hell knows what happens on Saturday?
Phillies fired Rob Thompson yesterday, Johnny.
Yeah, I can't believe it happened.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I was shocked that it took so long, but the delay being that they had to find a guy to take his job before letting him go.
They needed to get something lit under their rear ends. That was the biggest thing about the move. And they go out there and beat the Giants 7-0. It's amazing how sports work.
Best game of the year.
Now back to the show.
Yeah, a little bit of what we've talked about so far this morning. Sixers get the win last night. They force a Game 6 tomorrow night. Flyers Game 6 tonight. We've been getting some sicko voice memos today because we need to hear from the fired-up Flyers fans, and we've been reacting to the Phillies, who fired Rob Thompson yesterday afternoon. Phillies go on to win the first game in the Don Mattingly era, 7-0. And Buster Olney, who's going to be joining us in a few minutes, yesterday on SportsCenter straight up said it's a matter of when Alex Cora becomes the manager of the Phillies. He mentioned, like, man, it could be August. And you and I had the exact same reaction. Well, if the Phillies turn this around, like, you're not.
Because Cora's not coming in here if there's a cold corpse in August.
No.
He's not going to go, yeah, sign me up for 2 months of the dead animal on the side of the road. He's only coming in if it was good, and then why would you take Mattingly out if the team responds?
Things are good, right?
So that's not going to happen.
Yeah, so we'll see. And he mentioned maybe.
Now, if it happened next week, if he said, okay, now I'm ready next week or 2 weeks, that's different.
Right. And then he mentioned maybe the beginning of 2027, which we both go, well, is there going to be baseball in 2027? So we can ask Buster that while he's with us. All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. We've been all over the place because Philadelphia sports is all over the place right now. What do we got?
Oh, yeah, and we got voice memos coming in to get people fired up today. Now, this one is supposedly from Justin. I think it's mislabeled because he sounds a lot more like Herb Brooks to me.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what we have here tonight. A team that nobody believed in. All it takes is one game. It takes one shift, one goal to change the outcome. We can change it here tonight. We can end it here tonight. We can send the Pittsburgh Penguins and their best friends, the NHLOA, the refs, and we can send them packing. And the Xfinity Mobile Arena better be rocking tonight. Let's go Flyers!
That's good work.
Good work. Got a good club.
Got a good club.
I like that.
The shift, just so people know.
Shift.
He said shift. He said shift.
Shift.
Yeah, shift.
Just in case people were wondering.
There's an F in there. I checked.
We're also celebrating the Sixers win, and they have a Game 6 tomorrow night. So before we go to Buster Olney, let's go to our man Stan in Drexel Hill. What's up, Stan?
Hey, guys, listen, thanks. I know you guys don't have a lot of time. If you would just let me get some things off real quick. This is the thing that bothers me. It's a frustrating thing because I watched this team last night, and I watched them do this in Game 2. This is how you play against Boston. This is not the same Celtics, and I've been saying this, this is not the same Celtics team that have the same firepower. They have a great offense because they have great spacing, but they have a lot of one-dimensional players, a lot of them. And you have to be able to take advantage of that, and you have to be able to make these guys play one certain style of basketball, okay? Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are two nuclear bombs. They're going to go off whenever they want. It is what it is. You live with what they do. But some of these other guys, you need to do your homework. There's no reason while I'm at home and I can tell you what Peyton Pritchard is about to do. That guy loves to go off his left, pitter pad left, step back three off the left. Force him right. These guys force them off the line, make them take a lot of twos because they're going to give you some bad threes later on in the game, and then you have to just hang in there and then at the end make your move. And we've seen that 2 games now. In 2 games, that's exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and this is how they're supposed to be playing them. And John is right. You need to take care of business on Thursday. If you can force this back, all the pressure's on Boston. They were supposed to sweep us. They were supposed to get rid of us quick, fast, and in a hurry. If you can force a Game 7, anything can happen, and you can make some history. And I need Joel Embiid to play the same way throughout the game like he did in the second half last night.
He was vintage Embiid in the second half yesterday, Stan. Thanks for the call, man. I'd love to. I mean, I could talk to Stan for 20 minutes, but we got Buster on here. But
it was vintage.
But he was vintage Embiid in the second half, and it's why I have that bittersweet feeling. But let's go. Let's get fired up for tomorrow night, and if they can force a Game 7 in Boston, anything can happen. Let's see what happens. All right, joining us now, Johnny, here on Kincade and Salciunas. We always love talking to him, one of our favorite baseball reporters that covers Major League Baseball from ESPN, Buster Olney. Buster, good morning. Thanks for coming on today. The Phillies obviously made news yesterday by parting ways with Rob Thompson. Before we talk about what's next, your thoughts on the Phillies' decision to do that yesterday?
Well, it's not surprising. And, the Mets are in the same boat, too, where when you go into a season with such high expectations, you spend so much money, and it's going this badly, there's going to be changes. I would say this, that changing of the guard that we had with the Phillies here in the last 48 hours and the sequence of events is about as respectful a transition as I can remember. It always feels like that when a coach is fired or somebody, the manager's fired, that there is, there's all kinds of behind the scenes backstabbing and people ripping each other. And this was so different because everything is sort of out in the open. Yeah, Alex Cora is available. We went after him while Rob Thompson was still managing, and Rob Thompson, having all those years in the big league, gets it because he knows how Dave Dombrowski feels about him personally. Him being so respectful of, not only the Phillies, but I think the media, talking to reporters yesterday, it was remarkable. And the way it landed in the end, I said on SportsCenter last night, they kept the light on for Alex Cora. And I'm not ruling out the possibility that at some point this year, and not waiting until 2027, that he's the manager.
Can I ask you this, though, is that Alex Cora, would you believe he's one of the hottest names that could potentially be available across baseball for any job?
Yeah.
Why would the Phillies' job be so attractive to him when you look at the state of the Phillies potentially going forward?
So there are a lot of layers to that question. It's a great question. Number one is money. They made him a massive offer and an extension. It wasn't merely, hey, we're willing to take on your contract. They offered him a lot of money, okay? And so you start with that. You start with the fact that he's got a long-standing relationship with Dombrowski, which is unique. There are times, where you can go in, some of these managers go into a new job and they don't really know the general manager until they get in place, and they have to work through the relationship and figure how they're going to work together. And that's not the case with Alex. That's unique. He knows very well the most important player in that clubhouse, Kyle Schwarber, because he managed him. So all of that, I think you certainly have to remember. Here's the other thing too. And look, Alex is generally regarded as one of the top 5 managers in baseball, but I'm sure he's aware of the fact that because it went poorly with the last 2 general managers, Chaim Bloom and Craig Breslow, there is an underlying gossip chain among, I think, especially the younger general managers that, you know what, maybe Alex is the problem. Maybe, he's not someone you necessarily want to work with at a time when I think that for a lot of the younger general managers, especially, compliance from the manager is one of the priorities. And the chatter is maybe Alex isn't necessarily one of those guys. So if I'm Alex, I'm taking a look at that. But your point is well made, and I've had other people say this to me with other teams where their feeling is, look, the Phillies window might be coming to a close. It's not only the media that's talking about that. I tell you, folks with other teams are wondering the same thing.
So let's talk about the Phillies turning the season around, led by Don Mattingly as the interim manager. You mentioned on SportsCenter yesterday, what it could happen in August where the Phillies bring in Alex Cora. Why would the Phillies do that if they turn the season around? Because you just mentioned a championship window. Would that be a strange move to make if Mattingly turns this season around?
Yes, and that's part of the risk for Alex in not making a deal right now, for sure. Baseball has its long history of managers who've taken over a team in midseason, and suddenly with the turnaround, they go away from being the interim to being the guy. To me, it jumped out that yesterday when they put out that press release, they made it clear Don Mattingly is the interim for the rest of this year, which, again, I think generally speaking, they're keeping the light on for Alex. But you're 100% right. If they go on a roll, what are you going to do? Turn it over. The most notable example of that, back in 1978, the Yankees were having a terrible season. Billy Martin and George Steinbrenner were feuding. They fired Billy Martin, and Steinbrenner got all kinds of pressure from the fans. And he announced the rehiring of Billy Martin subsequently, and then the Yankees took off under Bob Lemon. They went on to win the World Series, and that extended his tenure. That could happen with Don, theoretically.
Buster, when you look at a team that is so top-heavy with these long-term contracts with these veteran players, is that one that is prone to long-term success as far as quick turnarounds? Because I don't know how you turn around the Phillies quickly.
Yeah. I agree with you. The bottom line is that you have the veteran players on the team just to simply have to start playing better. And that doesn't feel like a promising solution, especially if you're a fan. The Mets are in the exact same boat, right? You paid $126 million to Bo Bichette. He's hitting 200. You need him to start playing better. If you're the Phillies, you need their guys that they have in their lineup to simply start performing better. And I'd say this. It is really early. We played about 15% of the season. I was looking at Fangraphs earlier today, the website, and they have the Phillies' chances to make the playoffs right now, despite this horrific start, at 37%. They have the Mets at 34%. And I don't think they're going to win the division. There's only been one team in the history of baseball that's ever come back from a 10-game April deficit to win the division. But in baseball these days, you just get into the dance. And I think with the core of starting pitching they have, they should, at some point, there'll be some stabilization, and, we'll see if they get back into it.
ESPN's Buster Olney joining us here on Kincade and Salciunas. You mentioned that it's not just media people saying that maybe the Phillies championship window is closing, but people around Major League Baseball. What was the thought going into the season with this Phillies roster where they kept a lot of the guys that are pushing mid-30s, and then they give JT Realmuto the 3-year extension? You have the unfortunate situation with Zach Wheeler that's still unknown. Going into the season, were people surprised by the moves Dombrowski made or the lack of moves that Dombrowski made?
No, because of how close they got last year. Look, if you were to talk to Dave Roberts or other guys in the Dodgers organization, they felt probably up until the very end of the World Series, they felt most vulnerable in their championship run last year in that Phillies series. Like, their thought was, oh, my God, if we lose Game 4, we're going to be in real trouble here. And so given the fact that the Phillies were that good of a team in mid-October, I don't think it surprised anybody. Maybe the length of the JT's contract did. But I will tell you this. There certainly were people of other teams during the wintertime saying, yeah, they might be on edge. Like, they need some of these guys in their 30s to have at least one more great season to keep this window open.
All right, Buster, we appreciate the time, man.
Buster.
Thanks for the update. Well, I'm sure we'll be following you along to see if the Phillies do end up hiring Alex Cora. Thank you, Buster.
Okay, thanks, guys. Take care.
There he is, Buster Olney of ESPN, one of our favorites.
That's really that's some interesting stuff.
Look, you've been saying it a lot. Don't look at the standings yet because it's still only April. And you and I were talking about during the commercial break in 2022 and 2023 where the Phillies were at in June.
Yeah,
right?
June 3rd of 2022, June 3rd of 2023. The Phillies were 6 games under 500 both of those seasons. That's 5 weeks from now.
Right.
Like that's we still have 5 weeks to get there. And they were 6 games under. And both of those years they went to Game 6 of the World Series, Game 7 of the NLCS. So that's where that's why I always look at Memorial Day as being the time.
Yeah.
When you look at the standings around Memorial Day and then start to make that determination. Now, that doesn't mean that you cannot look at individuals and say, I'm concerned, the Aaron Nolas, things like that. That doesn't mean you can't look at a team and say, they're playing like crap.
It also doesn't mean that you shouldn't make changes just because it's only April. Like this team was spiraling out of control. One of the things that Dave Dombrowski said in his press conference, as much as he annoyed me with the lack of response to Tim Kelly, he just kind of laughed him off.
That was really unbelievable.
And we'll play that here, Connor. But, when he was talking about the Phillies and why Rob Thompson, right? He basically said we need another voice in there. And that's something that I think everybody was feeling. Something had to change.
Something had to happen.
Something had to change last week, but they wanted to wait till the off day, and they're back home, and the shock value. And, oh, by the way, if I'm John Middleton, that building was empty yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it because the Phillies game started 20 minutes before this, or 30 minutes before the Sixers game by the time it tipped off. There was a beautiful shot by NBC Sports Philadelphia. I guess it was drone footage from center field going into the ballpark. And it was a beautiful, beautiful shot, man. Like great work. But there was a lot of empty seats there yesterday. Something had to happen.
And they were giving out the hot dog hats, too.
I know.
It's crazy.
I know. And a lot of people weren't there. But this was Dave Dombrowski yesterday. Because, again, I love Buster Olney. And I love that everybody was pushing the same narrative. That, man, the Dodgers really didn't want to face the Phillies again. Hell, the narrative was being pushed by the Phillies. Dave Dombrowski himself, John Middleton right before the season started, which I thought that was a horrible message to send your team right before a season starts. And maybe that's why they started the season 9-19 and had to fire their manager because everybody was complacent. This was Dave Dombrowski yesterday being asked by Tim Kelly about, what do you tell the fans about your job?
Dave, given some of the shortcomings, whether it's in roster construction or production, why do you think Phillies fans should still believe that you're the right person to lead the front office?
You can answer that question. I'm not going to get into that.
And he had the smug smile when he did it. And a lot of people on social media saying, well, what do you want him to say? Well, I'm not saying he's got to go up there and, do some impassionate speech. It's, hey, we're all disappointed. There's parts of the roster that I think can turn things around, blah, blah, blah. Instead of laughing it off, because here's the deal, Dave, a lot of people were already questioning you before the season started, right? The Phillies 9-19 start, it might be surprising because of how bad it is, but is anybody truly, truly surprised that the 4-hole hitter was an issue, that Adolis Garcia is not the guy from 3 years ago, that Bryson Stott is not the player from 3 years ago? Are people surprised by these things?
No, we saw this coming.
That's the thing. Now, did we see it coming to this extent? No, I didn't even. And I'm doom and gloom guy when it comes to this Phillies baseball team, but I still expect them to win 90 games. The problem with me with Dave Dombrowski's scoffing at the question yesterday, it's, dude, people that are sitting in your stadium watching your team play had these concerns months ago, and you did nothing about it, and you said you had a good club.
He arrogantly did that. By the way, his answer to Tim Kelly there, that sort of is unacceptable.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that I have a feeling PR will be smart enough to say, Dave, round back with Tim Kelly and handle that, because that was inappropriate. Tim Kelly asked a legitimate question. He did not ask it in a gotcha fashion. He did not ask it
hey, you stink. Tell us why you don't.
It was not disrespectfully toned. It was not disrespectfully asked. Tim Kelly did his job. That's an A-plus job, and he really took offense to it.
And this is the second straight offseason for Dombrowski where he's being questioned, right? Last year, not as harshly, but this year, because of the comments that he makes in October, November, and then the weird offseason, and then the very, very little moves, all right, you got Brad Keller, which we were excited about.
Sure.
And that was it. Garcia was another, let's see what happens. Is he the same guy from 3 years ago? We don't know. We had that exact same conversation with Kepler last year, except it was 5 years. So for Dave Dombrowski to scoff at a question like that,
he's getting to the point where I always say it. is when someone starts quoting their resume.
Yeah.
Like that arrogant, like sort of like aloofness of like, well, it's like all falls back on, well, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a this. When it falls on the resume, it means that the current is not being talked about. Yeah. Doug Peterson did it at the end of his.
He sure
did. He played in the league. We won a Super Bowl here. And it's like, okay, we're talking about today. It's not the History Channel. We're talking about today.
Lose my freaking mind. We better figure this out.
I do love Doug.
No, we love Doug, but at the end, he was doing that.
All right, coming up next. We don't want it for one team, Johnny. We definitely don't want it for one team. But there's a chance that we have an insane Saturday in Philadelphia sports. We'll explain more coming up next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies make a change at manager. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies fired manager Rob Thompson yesterday amidst a terrible start to the year for the team. It was a major move for them. They needed that jolt after losing 11 of their last 12. Dave Dombrowski talked about it yesterday and talked about where the blame is placed.
Well, this isn't a blame game. We collectively are not doing well. Just the way things were going are not going well enough. I don't think we're playing up to our capabilities. I think we're a much better club than we played. You make some decisions that are tough at times.
So now Don Mattingly gets the reins as interim manager, and he started off with a win last night, 7-0 the final score for the Phillies over the Giants. Jesus Luzardo, 7 shutout innings. Trey Turner, 4 hits in the win. Game 2 is at 6:40 tonight. Logan Webb faces Christopher Sanchez. We'll see if the Phils can keep some positive momentum. The Sixers, they built some momentum last night, taking down Boston, staying alive in the series, 113-97. The final, Joel Embiid led all scorers with 33 in that game. Game 6 is tomorrow at 8 p.m. in South Philadelphia. The Flyers have Game 6 tonight in South Philadelphia, 7:30 p.m. puck drop as they look to close out the Penguins. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. This update is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has led inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at crohnscolitisfoundation.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the
Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
Damn right. Thank you, Baxter. Hey, by the way, we have a deal of the week, Johnny.
What is it?
You can get two $50 gift cards that can be used at over 200 Pennsylvania Campground Owners Association campgrounds for the price of one.
Are you a camping guy?
I have done it when I was in high school after like homecomings, which was so stupid because it was November and it would be freezing at night. But my family and I have not done it before.
Okay, that
but I
sounds
know
like a
there's the glamping. I know that's a thing these days. The glamorous camping.
Glamorous camping.
Glamping. Oh, have you not heard of that?
I have not heard of that
glamping.
one.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard of the camping where you go, like, people go to cabins.
Yeah, and they're like
That's
really
not
nice
camping.
cabins. But no, it's not real. That's why it's glamping. Johnny.
Oh, okay.
But this is camping. 200 Pennsylvania Campground Owners Association campgrounds for the price of one. Two $50 gift cards. Get this deal while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. All right. We do not want this to happen. Let's make that clear. Because for this to happen, that means the Flyers lose tonight. And we do not want that to happen. But, Johnny, we could have an insane Saturday in Philadelphia.
Oh, my gosh.
If
it's unbelievable.
The Lord himself forbid Flyers lose tonight, but then we root our you-know-what's off for the Sixers tomorrow. Game 7 Flyers-Penguins, Game 7 Sixers-Celtics will both be Saturday.
Why in the world would it not be Flyers, not be Friday night? That's what stinks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, there must be something going on in Pittsburgh. They must have, like, what?
Pierogi convention.
Something like that.
Could be.
Yes.
What's their sandwich that everyone likes out there?
Pamonti Brothers or something?
Yeah,
they got something. It might be
put
Aaron
French
Rodgers parade
They
day
put
or
French fries and sauerkraut on stuff.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers, they gave the undrafted or whatever the unrestricted free agent tender. So
to his mystery wife too that nobody's ever seen.
He can't go anywhere other than Pittsburgh if he does play.
Oh, okay, good.
So obviously we don't want that to happen because we don't want the Flyers to lose tonight. But if they do, and then the Sixers win tomorrow, Saturday we already have Phillies Marlins, which would take like the back. They wouldn't even be on a burner.
Oh, come on, nobody's even paying attention to that.
They wouldn't even be on a burner unless they're on a heater. Maybe they've won 4 straight and you want to watch the Phillies. But the beauty is their game's at 4:10.
Okay.
So it's not going to be at night where at least one of the two teams will be playing at night.
I'm imagining the Flyers get the primetime game because they have done great for the networks in primetime for ESPN and for TNT.
Yeah, ratings are up.
And they've done great for them on Saturday night primetime first 2 games. So I'm guessing that they're going to want that series game 7 in primetime.
I don't know, though, because you look at a Sixers-Celtics game 7. Oh, it's going to be hard to put either of those games. Not
Yeah, but
like
they're
8
not
o'clock.
worried. But the NHL isn't worried about that.
No,
they're worried about
know
putting
they're
their
not.
they're worried about putting their best product on when they can get that.
But that might be the NBA's best product. So we could have dueling game sevens.
So Saturday, just looking at the NBA, the if necessary game 7s in the respective series. So there's Sixers Celtics, which is it's a historic rivalry, right?
Yeah, it's historic.
Hawks Knicks if there's a game 7,
And
but
it's New York.
But it's the New York market.
Correct.
And then T-Wolves Nuggets with the injuries to Minnesota, that might not have as much cachet.
That doesn't.
And oh, by the way, it's Denver, so that could be at 10 o'clock at night. So that wouldn't, nobody would care about the Eastern, time zone there. There could be like a Sixers Celtics 5 o'clock maybe.
A 5:30 game.
Which they
along
do
those
that
lines.
on weekends
Yeah, they do.
in the NBA playoffs.
I could see 3:30. A 3:30.
Yeah,
could be.
absolutely.
That's a great time in the NBA.
How about this? I don't want the Flyers in game 7. Sixers Celtics 5:30. Flyers 8 o'clock, but the Phillies get that 4:10, so you could watch for an hour.
I'm in on that.
But I don't want the Flyers playing.
Well, yeah, let's just clear that one spot out.
Okay. So let's go Phils 4:10, Sixers 5:30, and that's it.
There you go.
And Flyers ended tonight. Flyers,
That'd be so much fun.
They can watch those games.
No, it'd
with
be
us.
great.
We can
Let's
have a
do
watch
it.
party with the Flyers players. Why not, Johnny?
I'll be all for it. Let's do it.
They're
Game
going to be
6
busy getting ready for Carolina.
Damn right. Game 6 tonight. End it tonight at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Do we have any more voice memos? I need lunatics. We've had a couple good ones, but we're getting closer to puck drop. And again, I'm not saying shame on you, but I feel like the energy evened out a little bit, went down a little bit after they won the first 3.
Disappeared?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of we're expecting to win. And I get it. They were up 3-0.
I think it disappeared.
Look, Penguins, you don't want a Game 7 against that team, please.
No, you don't.
Do not want a Game 7. So do we have any lunatic sicko voicemails?
So Dan from New Jersey sent one along earlier, but he's feeling the same way as you. So he wanted to call out some other people who have been doing voice memos as well. He's got another one here.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to double up on the voice things, but listen, it's 7:45. I can't be the only Flyers fan calling in trying to pump up this city for the game tonight. I love that Sixers win last night, but tonight is the orange and the black. Mason, where are you at? Truck drivers, where are you at? That dad who wanted to bring his 4-year-old son to the game, where are you at? I need you to help rise this tide and get on to the next flipping round.
Is he doing like the Flyers Avengers? Like he's trying to get everyone together? He's rallying the troops. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't like that we're a little like wishy-washy right now. I saw a tweet from Jordy from Barstool.
Okay.
Big Flyers fan,
Sure, Jordy's
right?
big fan.
And after the Flyers lost, he put out a tweet that he's like scared.
Oh, come on, Jord.
And I'm like,
seriously?
First off,
stop.
Respectfully, Jordy was one of the guys that was like, "Oh, now you guys are talking about him."
Oh, will you stop?
Well, come on, man. We can't be doing this wishy-washy stuff.
Well, first off, don't bring that crap around here.
I got you. Like the Flyers, like we need this energy, man. Like it was there. What happened? Are we scared?
Wait a minute. Wait. Jordy was doing the gatekeeping?
At one point he was, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Stop. Stop with that crap.
Yeah, I agree with you.
My gosh. I'm disappointed in that because I like his stuff.
I do too. And he wrote an article for Barstool that I agree with. It's time to go full scumbag tomorrow night.
Yeah,
tonight.
100%.
Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, I mean, it's we want a rough and tumble night tonight.
I need someone to rip the head off of that Penguin. Gritty's going to throw it again. Yes. And when you get it down the lower level, I need the head removed from the body.
Yeah, we need that kind of stuff. We need the barn to be rocking. And I need the team to be rocking. Johnny and I did post-show headlines yesterday. We kind of talked about like how we want the game to start.
Yes.
And I mean it. Like, I'm not saying go hurt somebody, but send a message early. Somebody go find Crosby or Malkin to let them know tonight's going to be a long night. Like, you are going to be sore tomorrow morning.
Yeah, who's going to be that Drew shift?
Right.
Like, who's going to be that guy? Level Crosby, go get one. Oh, man, I want it so bad.
The thing that bothered me the most about Game 5, and we talked about the next morning, was the first 3 games of the series, the Flyers were either the bullies or if they got punched, they punched right back. Game 5, they were very like, all right, let's not make any mistakes here. And that's not what won them those first 3 games. The first 3 games, the Flyers were the ones that were punching them in the mouth left and right, either punching back or being the first one to punch. And I feel like they didn't do that in Game 5. I feel like they were very careful.
They were. They were almost they weren't intimidated by it at all.
No.
Because they were the better team in the first period, even though they were trailing. But I'm gonna watch tonight very confident, and maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's wrong. But I feel confident about them tonight that the third period will be comfortable.
Okay.
So we'll see.
And I like that. I just want to have a moment, like at some point early on, and I had this moment with my son when we were watching the game together. It was Game 3 when all hell broke loose. You got everybody in the damn penalty box. I don't need that.
Right.
But I need another moment where I'm grabbing my son's shirt. I'm saying, look, get him. Like I want another moment of that. I didn't get much of that in Game 5. It was, come on, go get him. Oh, what are you doing, man? Go get him. And they didn't. It's almost like they didn't want to make mistakes. They didn't want to get the Penguins in the penalty box. Right. I get it for duh. I understand why. But I just feel like they didn't play with some jam.
Oh, jeez. Stop it. What does Coop think about the fighting?
He thinks it's hilarious.
See, that's what when Liv was a little girl, she loved the fighting.
Yeah, I pulled the sweater over his head.
She thought that was awesome when they were fighting.
I probably shouldn't teach him that stuff, but I was showing him how to do it.
He'll be fine.
He might get the edge, especially if he's like fighting a bigger kid or something. He might get the edge.
Yeah, but I don't want him, like, I was doing it for fun. I don't want him to go up to one of his friends at daycare, and then all of a sudden I get a phone call. How did he learn this?
Well, you put him in the box for a couple minutes, minor, and he'll learn.
Exactly.
All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the
You don't
Davis
want him showing
difference.
up on one of
Check him
those
out,
videos.
Burlington. Oh.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, Linda.
Yeah, I don't need that.
You don't want that one.
So we have Bob from Vermont checking in. We're not just fired up about Flyers Game 6. People are fired up about what the Sixers were able to do last night. And Bob from Vermont says Embiid played like he was 20 years old again. Man, it felt good. He did jack up a lot of threes early, but then he got his confidence back. It looked like play the song.
I like that. Look, he looked like vintage Embiid in the second half. The first half, way too many threes, way too much three-point line to three-point line. He was doing the Brendan Gunn. When we play pickup basketball, B-Gun,
that's wrong.
B-Gun never wants to go down into the post.
Well, it's a lot more for him to run.
Yes. Embiid just...
He doesn't want to have to do that.
He was hovering around the three-point... And look, I brought up to Johnny when we first got in this morning. Whoever was the color analyst yesterday with Mike Breen...
Wasn't great.
Embiid takes his first shot from the mid-range, and the guy's like, why isn't he on the block? I'm like, have you not watched a game of Joel Embiid in the last 10 years? But... he shouldn't be hovering around the three-point line all the time. And I don't know if it was him feeling more comfortable because he literally just got surgery 19 days prior, or was it Nick Nurse that changed the game plan in the second half? Because once they got him more mid-range, once they got him deeper to the basket, he was vintage Embiid in the second half.
And the texter says he wants to see Joel Embiid like he was 20. At 20, do we really want Joel Embiid at 20?
Well, no, because that's when his foot wasn't
That's
working.
what I'm saying. That's the last
think
thing we
we're
want.
looking for younger Embiid.
Yeah, you don't want him
Prime
at 20.
Embiid.
At 20.
How about Knicks series Embiid?
Yes, that was the best series I ever saw him play.
How about MVP year Embiid?
That works too.
Yeah, that sort of crapped out, though, that year.
All right, coming up next.
You didn't want that playoffs.
Flyers, Penguins. We talk a little bit more about it. We'll see what Vegas has to think about the game. And we'll check more of our text line. And we got to get the final numbers on our polls. Kincade and Salciunas before we hand things over to Middays with Marks here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
We got Fly Guys hockey tonight. We got Philly basketball tomorrow. We got 2 game 6s. 6-6, back-to-back on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. That's awesome. It's just your way to be able to get in on all the action in a way that maybe you just don't with your eyeballs. You can bet more than the score. You can bet individual player performances. You can bet hockey. You can bet basketball. You can even bet golf. Golf is fun to bet, I got to tell you. And if you're betting tonight, Game 6, South Philadelphia, 7:30, bet goal scores, bet assists, bet shots on goal, and more. You can get in on the playoff hockey tonight. Make your downtime fun time. Have a lot of fun with it tonight, too. Hey, new casino users, you can get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum. Plus, you can get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. That's pretty good. At the real casino, they don't let me do that. So that's why you want the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. I love the fact that we got Game 6 today, Game 6 tomorrow. I can go back-to-back with that, and I can say, wait a minute. I can be making money both of those nights while I'm enjoying the games. You got to be 21, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. It's the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Marks, Sean Brace, Ray Dunn. That comes your way at 10 o'clock. They will talk about the Sixers' victory. They will preview Flyers today. They will talk about the Phillies' dismissal of Rob Thompson. Johnny Marks was not in yesterday, so looking forward to hearing his thoughts on everything. Phillies get the win, Johnny. Do they go on a run? So Ricky was in with us, and he said it was very strategic to do it before this stretch of games. We pointed this out last week.
We did.
This stretch of games. 3 with the Giants. You already want to know. 4 in Miami with the Marlins. 3 at home against the A's. I know the A's are playing decent baseball, but you're the better team on paper. 3 at home against the Rockies. Mickey Mantle, Moniak. Yeah, watch out for that guy. 3 in Boston against the Red Sox. And 3 in Pittsburgh. What is a bare minimum number for you to say this team needs to accomplish?
It's 15 games, right?
Yes.
15. Minimum 10-5.
That's what I thought. 10-5.
My gut was 9, but sure, let's go to 10.
Dude, 10-5, and now you're what? That would be 6 games under 5 games under 500. They were 9
games
and 9,
under
4
500.
games under 500. So that's the way you start it. Now, one thing, it's a long time from now. They then have a really rough stretch. So this is why they need to play good baseball. You have Reds who are playing good baseball, Guardians, Padres, Dodgers, Padres. Then you have a cupcake against the White Sox, but then it's Blue Jays, who I know are struggling as well, and Brewers. They have the second half of May into June is a monstrous stretch.
It is.
So you need to get out of the ditch that you're in now.
10-5's not. That shouldn't be a lot to ask.
No,
in that stretch, 10-5. And if you could make that 11-4, then you're just feeling great.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a lot to ask, but they have lost 11 of their last 13.
Yeah, but you got to make up for that because when you play like crapola like that, you got to go on a stretch where you
you have to, especially before all those other teams.
Yeah, you got to start clean up the mess on aisle 5.
Now, what's going to be amazing is how they respond tonight. There's always that day after or day of a firing where it's like, all right, let's rally, right? And we see it in sports all the time. Like bettors, like gambling people do that all the time, right? Like they realize, all right, this is like I literally said to Sean Brace yesterday, bet the house on the Phillies. All fair.
Mascots and coaches, man. That's how you make your money.
I know, yeah, you with the dead mascot theory. But what about today? Like that to me is almost more important. Like the second day, like did they use yesterday as that igniter for a run, or is that just all right, this happens, let's go out there and win it, and then do they come in today like they have been?
Well, it helps that they're facing a righty. It also helps that they have Sanchez on the mound.
Yeah.
So it's set up for them to continue to play well.
By the way, speaking of Sanchez, I did not know this until this morning. I saw the clip from Jesus Lazard. Do you know he's the first Philly star to go at least 7 innings this year?
That's incredible.
When you know the record, it doesn't sound that crazy, right? They're freaking 10-19. But
That's
what if we
incredible.
talked about this rotation? Like this rotation is what's going to carry them for the bulk of the season. And last year, it was like everybody was going 7 to start the season. Jesus Luzardo going 7 innings yesterday was the first Phillies pitcher to do it this year.
How about 127 times a manager has changed during the season in the modern era of baseball? Okay?
Yeah, 127 times.
78 times the team's winning percentage improved with the second manager.
Yeah.
39 times it declined. So most of the time, 2 out of 3, it's going to improve.
And that's why I think the second game is almost more important than the first game, because if they
get on a roll.
Yeah, if they look like the team that we saw 9-19 tonight, then it's like, all right, we're in trouble. If they win a second straight game, I don't care who they're playing. Don't do that. It's just the Giants, because right now it's just the Phillies. Right now, everybody looks at the Phillies and goes, that's the team we want to play. If the Phillies win the second straight game, I'll start saying, all right, maybe something happened.
Yeah, then you start feeling good about it.
Yeah.
I already feel like this thing's going to turn around anyway. I really do.
They were going to win eventually. It's just how long was it going to take?
10-152. Shout out the Phillies.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, Flyers tonight. 7:30 puck drop. Listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers on the handy-dandy FanDuel app, -120. Favorites, not heavy favorites.
Okay.
Penguins plus 100. You feel comfortable game
Yes.
third period, you think we have our feet up a bit.
What if I do Flyers minus 1.5?
Oh.
That's what
That's plus 205.
Okay, I'm feeling good with that. I would definitely do that bet. Flyers minus 1.5.
You know, the last time you did this, it did not go well.
Yeah, you haven't had a heater with the hockey predictions.
Flyers
recently.
minus 1.5. If you'd like to have it, why don't we do a head-to-head? We'll do a head-to-head on like a breakfast bet or something.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
No, I mean somebody would say, if you don't think that's a good bet, I'm
well,
going to do.
Hold on. The Dominican Austin Wells, one of our frequent commenters on YouTube, not feeling good about the Flyers.
Okay, I will go Flyers minus 1.5. Does he want to lay it?
He is going with
If he's willing to lay it.
Propeller hat bet.
Well, what? No, but I don't get any benefit from that. Because if he loses, if he loses, I don't get any benefit out of it.
You can buy a propeller hat and send us a picture.
That doesn't do any. It doesn't do anything for me.
From his office, he could
It doesn't do anything for me. No propeller hat bet for that. No, it doesn't do anything for me. You want to tell? Wait, you come with legitimate stuff.
You just don't want to mess up the hair. Like,
well,
let's be
no,
honest.
I'll bet somebody here if one of you guys wanted to do it.
I'm not betting the Penguins.
No, I'm not betting the Penguins. Let's go
no,
Flyers,
you don't have to bet
dude.
the Penguins. You
Let's
could
go.
just say,
Come on, man. Let's go Flyers.
No, but you could say the Flyers. I don't think that they're going to cover the 1.5. You could say you still think the Flyers are going to win.
I'm not saying any of that. I hope you're right.
Yeah,
I think it's
Flyers by 40.
I think it's going to be a comfortable. I think it is going to be a comfortable third period for you tonight, folks.
That would be great.
And we'll be talking about Flyers Carolina, which would be great.
It is going to be great.
Oh my gosh,
that's going to be
fun.
fantastic. And then, dude, if we celebrate the Flyers beating the Penguins tomorrow, we also get to preview Sixers Celtics Game 6 tomorrow.
And Flyers Carolina, I believe, then they would shift that to starting on Saturday in Carolina.
Okay.
So we might get 2 games Saturday anyway.
Yeah, game 1 we could get a game 1 and a game 7.
Buckle up for this weekend.
By the way, early line, Sixers Celtics. Celtics favored.
4.5.
Close. 5.5. Which that is the lowest point total so far in this series. Because game 3 or 4 was 7.5.
That's got
favor of
Sixers
Boston.
written all over
See, I
it.
think it has Celtics written all over it. They're tricking you. I think they're tricking you.
Okay.
See, that's
I'd
what I'm
imagine
thinking.
most of the
I
public's
want to hear
betting
what
the
Sean
Celtics.
Brace has to say about that.
All right. Yeah, we'll talk to Shawnee Vegas.
He loves his numbers.
Sixers, that's tomorrow. But tonight, Flyers. Get the job done tonight, Flyers.
Have
please.
some fun tonight, folks.
Damn right. We appreciate everybody that's been a part of the show today. A lot of stuff that you can watch on YouTube. Buster Olney was fantastic. Adam Schefter was fantastic. Ricky Bowe in studio. All kinds of stuff for you guys to check out on YouTube. We appreciate you being live with us every single day on the show. Middays with Marks next here on The Fanatic.